This sounds like one of those things that they're talking about that make you look like embarrassed or something, but that was a straight factual statement. This is what they want people to think is stupid.
Well, like he says, Bev and only deals with surveying, and that surveying is 3D. Reality is 3D. We've always said that. We definitely are not 2D Earth. Whereas...
No, I'm not either.
What Brian's saying here... I'll go one more. Let's listen.
Oh, go ahead, Brian. Well, 1 second. When Bev is referencing measurements, he's purely focusing on surveying. Said the last time I was on, surveying deals with 3 dimensions, right? Length, breadth, and depth. Whereas when it comes to celestial navigation and aerospace, we're only dealing with length and breadth, not dealing with depth. They're not dealing with elevation changes. So when Bev speaks about measurements, he's only speaking about them from a surveying point of view, which will be elevation changes.
Yeah, it's 3D. Reality, yes.
But he's still contradicting himself because he's talking about this angle measurements on vertical plane. They measure by that elevation changes because these stars have different angles, so he is measuring elevation changes.
Yeah, elevation profiles measure elevation changes of the land. But that's the 2D plane that they're working in.
Elevation changes. So when Bev speaks about celestial navigation and aerospace, we're only dealing with length and breadth, dealing with depth. They're not dealing with elevation changes.
Right, yeah, so they're not dealing with elevation changes.
So this is nonsense.
Yeah, I think it's nonsense. I don't think he understands what he's talking about. Because of course they're dealing with elevation changes. Or unless you're talking about like a map. But even maps have contour lines on them. So
he's thinking about just putting his arms out and pretending he's an aeroplane, I think.
I'm struggling to try and work out what he is, right? It's one of those moments where you have to believe that he's talking nonsense because I can't make any sense out of it. And if Brian wants to come and try and help us make sense out of it, then be my guest, pop in, come and have a chat. But I can't make any sense out of why Brian's saying this. That reality is 3D and that's what Bev's talking about, but they're not talking about that.
And by the way, this is 2D he's talking about is not horizontal. He's talking about vertical plane, not horizontal plane. So it is 2D, but not horizontal. But only horizontal proves flat Earth. Vertical disproves flat Earth. Complete nonsense. He's arguing against himself.
Yeah, that's what's some of the magic tricks within this is that these guys have developed this paracosm that they've lived in, where they just get used to talking nonsense to each other. And I think that's why Nathan Oakley hands this off to somebody else, because, he can't really talk the nonsense because it doesn't really make any sense to him. So he hands it off to somebody else, but when that somebody else is also talking nonsense, this is what you get left with. It's mad.
So when Bev speaks about measurements, he's only speaking about them from a surveying point of view, which will be elevation changes.
No, Brian, right? What the thing is, when you have a point, you locate it on the horizontal. Right, that's your X and your Y, your grid position. You then can give that a position on the vertical datum also. There's a location marker and then it gets placed upon the vertical datum also, that position. That's the way it works in reality. That's what surveyors do. We know that. We know how these measurements are taken. We know how the benchmarks are transposed from one position to another. And Nathan should too. How difficult.
It was okay when I said to him, I said, Bev was there, and I said, there's no better, more...
And this again, right? Listen to the words that Brian uses. It's pretty sad, Brian. Pretty sad. Right? But you might have got the impression that he said it to me. He didn't. He said it to Elderbear. And I was in the room. But he wasn't addressing it to me. But now he seems to be addressing it as though he was addressing it to me, although he just said it in the presence of. But listen to what he said.
There's no better, more correct way to describe the Earth than flat.
Not flat. It's more. It's a little. It doesn't give you much more information, but it gives you more information than flat. Because flat is a lie, and not flat is vague, but it's not a lie. And we are live. Welcome, everyone. It's Tuesday. I don't know. Probably weren't expecting it. Well, this is because Flatzoid. We went over a video the other day. Yesterday, we went to go over about the fact that these guys are just blatantly infringing copyright. I think the 5 days is up, so Michael Kahn should be doing something. Hopefully, he's got his videos together. Nathan and Flatzoid and all of that, they're all happy that Michael's going to be doing that. But, I mean, like I said, there's like 3 videos in one here. So here we are going over Flatzoid, and the other reason that I went over there was to sort of explain to them about there's a reason behind why we did this. So the initial conversation, I went over there to point out that Michael Kahn's stealing content, and nobody cares. Not one person has said, yeah, that's out of order. These guys shouldn't be doing that. No one. So thanks a lot, YouTube content creators out there. Way to stick together. Just let them rob the content. Let them talk about robbing content. That's what we're doing. That was yesterday's show. Today's show is going to be about Flatzoid. Well, we'll try and deal with what Flatzoid understands about surveying today. And then maybe some other day we'll go over how Flatzoid wants to misrepresent. In fact, the entire Flat Earth community wants to misrepresent. But today, what we're going to go over is Flatzoid's inability to understand the surveying process. Even though Flatzoid's been over here when we set up the auto level on camera. When we did Under the Horizon, I believe Flatzoid was here in the Discord while we were out there doing the test. So, you know, these sort of things that we do, people can come and watch them when we actually go out there. Now, I know not many people have ever had a chance to actually look through an auto level. That's why when we ask people, like we say, have you ever used these tools? And they always say no. Because, yeah, not many people have had a chance to use them. But if you come into this Discord when we're doing these sort of things, you do actually get to see a better view. Because you can see what a surveyor will get to see through the eyepiece on your TV screen. So you get to see a better view than what the surveyor actually sees. And when we're out there, we put a camera on it So we only get to see what's on the camera. We don't actually get to see, you know, the picture on the TV screen. That's for the people who are in Discord. And that's why we go out there, to put the camera on the level. That's one of the reasons we are called on the level, because we put a camera on the level and we broadcast that picture to Discord. Now, what you have to remember, as we were doing this over the years, Flatzoid was here in this room when we were doing these sort of things. So Flatzoid should have a slight better understanding of all of these things than most, because, well, he was around here, but I mean, how much he took in? Seems like he didn't really take anything in. Almost as though he was blinded to what we were actually doing. Ignorant of it, it seems now. Now, whether that's something that's happened afterwards, maybe the last few years have affected somebody mentally, we don't know. One of the things that we have to point out is that Flatzoid used to be round here a lot. He used to be in this very Discord chatting to us. And I think he was having a child. I think he had a new child coming, and he said, I'll be seeing you. I'll go. You know, I've got to sort my kid out. And that was it. He never came back. So whatever Flatzoid tells you, like, that was how he left. He was here, he was friendly, and then he left. That's it. So let me get this. Well, you've already got the thing, haven't you? Okie dokie. So, let me. It's probably, this is like it was yesterday, but I'm not going over all of the big clips about the other stuff today, because it's just not, there's no use. Nobody cares. People are happy to just let YouTubers steal content. And they're only flat earthers as well. I mean, let them steal the content of people. I mean, they're doing it for truth, right? It's not as if there's any copyright music or original content or anything like that on it.
I was just
right,
gonna say don't forget. Yeah, I was gonna say don't forget about the original music that's in there. That's well.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit. Now, whether YouTube are going to be bothered about people flagrantly just abusing the copyright system, flaunting it on live YouTube, I mean, I don't know. I'm not too sure whether it's allowed on the platform, but, you know, certain people get within a certain little paracosm that they've made that they think that they're immune to anything like that. They think they can just sort of abuse these copyright systems because, well, it's Bev, innit? I mean, let's face it, it doesn't really matter. If it was anybody else, then it'd be a different matter. But this one, it's just about Bev. I mean, who cares about that? And this is only a flat earther, right? It's a flat earther doing it to Bev. So, I mean, why bother? It's not as if anybody wants to, you know, humiliate the flat earthers. You've got to give them allowances to rob content. Anyway, enough of that.
And I think, just to add to that, and I think people can judge for themselves when we go through this whether or not the argument, quote unquote, argument of, well, we're just doing it for truth. Mm-hmm. I think that's what Michael Kahn had said, right? Mm-hmm. Whether that's actually true, even though they say it's for the truth, you could determine for yourself what's true or not here.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
sort of fear that we may be wrecking logic for you guys within the argument form, but
We'll
I guess
see.
it's inevitable, isn't it?
Always up.
Bev's here to help us.
Yeah, always up for logic, guys. We're here to learn.
Yes, we are all here to learn.
I can probably share, present, share screen, share. There we go. Okay.
Right. We're going to go over this again.
I got it there if we need to.
Yeah, you see those things at the bottom of it, right? There's like little markers as though it's been portioned out. Can you see that with the different bits?
Yeah, it's got the chapters.
Oh, yeah.
It's weird. Sometimes you don't mean to
that's it.
trigger someone and it ends up doing.
Yeah, that's what my sister's like that anyway. That's what more. I can't.
There we go. You don't need to see Flatzoid, do you? Yeah.
To get out the show to a wide audience. So tonight we have a special guest. We are visited by Bev Try Thinking. We also have PJ Cruikshank and Ryan Essin. How you guys doing?
Oh, good.
Good day.
My voice is still a bit hoarse from the other night doing my testimony. I spoke for 2.5 hours straight, so still a bit hoarse. But I'll be letting you and Bev doing all the talking tonight.
Letting us do the talking. Good on you, PJ.
So Bev, would you be kind enough to tell everybody what's your plans for tonight?
We'll go over it again. Well, this conversation really was requested by me because there's a contention about a video that was really it was taken and uploaded. It's been uploaded to many different places, but the YouTube copy that was uploaded ended up with a copyright strike because I considered it content theft. Somebody just uploaded this video that's on my channel to their own channel with no credits, no nothing, just a statement that I'm a liar for some reason. So we can go over the actual video, but that's really what I wanted to get out was that the video and the copyright strike was done because I considered it content theft. This is stuff that I did over 2 years ago, and it's been on my channel. It's still on my channel now. We're going to watch the clip of it. But the idea was with this video, when I first did it, we were doing a project with my son. We're still on it. The project's still ongoing. And it's a project about level. I don't think there's anybody to date that's studied this particular topic more than we have. Stand by that. We've done many different tests and stuff, and had many different conversations.
I mean, it's been your passion for the last few years, so.
Well, it was what brought me in. See, that's Flatzoid adding there. It's been my passion. Flatzoid hasn't got a clue about what he's talking about. So don't be fooled by Flatzoid adding that in there. He hasn't got a clue.
Mm-hmm.
I remember this video coming out, and it was about 2 years ago. I remember it about that.
Well, I mean, this actual clip was done way over 2 years ago, but it only got put on this particular video because we decided it would be a good idea to be able to clip these conversations that we'd had with these surveyors. And to be honest with you, I don't think I'd ever do it again. I've made a pact with myself that you can't really do that. There won't ever be any surveyors coming into this arena because the moment you talk about what you're doing, then you get called a flat earther. But they're just talking about what they do in their jobs, daily lives, right? So you don't bring the model in. That was the idea of this video, was to be able to communicate with these professionals, but without triggering the model response, which goes into like a divisive battle. Once you do. So this was an idea of this video, was to be able to, how you can communicate with people without engaging the model, let's say. And this whole video is that. So you'll, if we, are you ready to go over it?
Yeah.
Do you want to go over the video?
We can do so. Get it on. Let's do it this way. Okay, are you ready? That I can play it?
Yeah.
Okay. I've been doing a bit of a project about level with the lad, right? It's horizontal, right?
Yeah.
It's nothing else.
See, I call it vertical because it's up and down.
Well, it's perpendicular, isn't it?
Yeah.
Horizontal and vertical. Level is, it's not curved at all, is it?
No, it's flat.
Can't be have a curve in it.
Can't be curved, no, it's flat.
Brilliant. Cheers, mate.
All right.
So, the water level in the canal,
Yeah.
horizontal, right?
Yeah, so, yeah.
Because like it goes...
That's what the lock does. The lock changes the level, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So in theory, from one lock to the next, the water level should be the same.
So, like here, the canal goes from Liverpool locks all the way to... Let me just say if you want to stop and say something there.
Yeah, you can watch it. Like just go through the conversation, because...
Okay. Bridge.
Yeah.
27 miles.
Yeah.
One level. No locks.
Oh, no locks?
There's no locks from Liverpool all the way. This is the south.
If there's no locks, in theory, it should be level.
Yeah.
Otherwise, your water should spill out of it.
Hello. Horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So,
cheers, mate.
So what
There
we
you
want
go.
to do is establish a
Okay. So again, the conversation, just talking about level. That was all the conversation. I wanted to go over there to get that clip out there. So it's pretty obvious to everyone that I was just talking about level with that man. We didn't mention anything about surveying techniques, practices, methods, anything. Just a conversation about level, because I'm doing a project about level. Now, the project about level that I'm doing goes far beyond just level. It goes right down to the meta, where that level comes from, the geometric principles of it, how that relates to reality, how that relates to geometry, how our understanding is linked to all of these things. That's what I've been doing. And I've been lucky enough to meet a load of people right now. This was one conversation that I had with one surveyor. This conversation with this surveyor is completely irrelevant to all of the proofs and everything that we actually hold within this Discord server. That was just a conversation that we had. And like I said, I'm not going to be doing any more of them. It's completely irrelevant what those guys do for their job to what we do here, and our understanding of what level and horizontal and how they're linked together. That was just a conversation with a guy. That guy is just a normal guy, like any one of us lot here. Just a guy. And his understanding of level will be no better than anybody else's understanding of level. Yes, he does use the tools. So he would have more of an understanding. But what level is known by everybody and can be known by everybody. With just a little bit of thought. That's what we're dealing with here. So, again, one of the clips like that is just a clip we're talking about a surveyor. Now, we just talked about level there. as you'll hear, Flatzoid's response gets a little bit strange, right? Because we were just talking about level. So let's have a look, see what Flatzoid's going to say now. But that clip's now on Flatzoid's, right? Flatzoid's channel, right? Everyone can hear that surveyor said that level has no curvature. Now, we've had a blue marble scientist in here earlier, seems to want to contradict that. He says that that guy's lying or something. Now, that's why I don't want to bring these surveyors in here, because we do have blue marble scientists that will call that man there a liar. In fact, Blue Marble Science has got multiple videos that say that that guy's lying. He says I'm lying when I say it, so he'll definitely say that that man's lying. But that man's a professional. He's just because he says the same thing that I do. People are willing to libel, slander them. And it's because people like Nathan Oakley that's happening. These groups facilitate each other so that they can end up either stealing content or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But they're complicit in each other's actions. Flatzoid's about to explain now how he misunderstands what this man says.
There we go. Can I send your link to everybody in that want to watch it?
Yeah, put that whole video in. There's quite a few conversations, not only me talking to it, but there have been conversations by other people in that video, and that's what they were doing. We were just talking to surveyors, right? So you can hear when I'm talking to that guy, I'm just talking about level. That was the only topic in the conversation. And within that conversation, I asked that man to confirm that there's no curvature to level. And he says, no, it's flat. Right? Now, what I've heard from people like Michael Kahn and Nathan Oakley is that that surveyor said that he measures the earth flat. Which does, I think is that misrepresenting what that man said.
I disagree with you though, because remember you asked him. He's a surveyor, and he does use his job is to measure, and because he measures level, and
he doesn't measure. Again, Flatzoid says because he measures level, he's already misrepresenting him. He never said he measures level. Flatzoid's decided that all on his own, and it's not something that any surveyor does. If you can try and process that information, he measures level. How would you do that? How would you measure level? Because if you can't do it, don't assume that somebody else can, and don't just parrot it like Flatzoid is doing here. Because if you can't do it, then nobody else can do it either. Well, I'm saying that. Just don't assume that because you can't do it, there must be somebody else that can do it. Like Flatzoid. You can't measure level. It's a reference. It's your level, though.
But that's what surveying does.
No, it's not what surveying does. Do you want to hear it again? I mean, this is shocking. But this is Flatzoid after how many years? He was round here. He was round here. And as far as I'm aware, I'm the only one with a land surveying certificate. It doesn't count for anything. But it should show you that we have an auto level. We do take it out. We do put a camera on it. We do actual stuff with it. We do tests with it. Flatzoid doesn't really know anything. And he's misrepresenting an entire profession. An entire profession that he knows nothing about. And why is he doing this? Well, because in the argument that he imagines he has, they have a narrative that lets them imagine that they know more than anybody else about the shape of the earth. They don't. These people literally don't know a thing, and this is Flatzoid. This is what he says.
Because remember, you asked him. He's a surveyor, and he does use his job is to measure, and because he measures level, and
he doesn't measure level,
but that's what surveying does.
Surveying doesn't measure level, Flatzoid. You're a muppet. No,
they use level.
No, you establish.
What does a surveyor do?
You establish the level, and then you measure from it.
Slope angles. Yeah.
Again, listen. We're talking about level. Specifically, level. From it.
Slope angles. Yeah, you measure slope and incline angles.
You don't measure slope and incline angles, Flatzoid. Literally, the thing you don't do, Flatzoid. This is his opening. Right after I've just talked to a surveyor about level. And he's already talking about angles. Vertical. It's that a man says in that thing, he calls it vertical because it's up and down. Because that's what he sees.
Yeah.
It's not slope and incline angles, Flatzoid. He measures the differing levels. It's called differential leveling. So those levels are differing. They maneuver themselves on the vertical datum. That's what he means. Up and down, vertically. The measuring of the differences of the levels, Flatzoid. He should know this. Like I say, he's been in this Discord server while we've been doing this. Loads of other people have been through way more of this than Flatzoid has. This is the Discord server. If you want to learn arguments from reality, this is the place you should be. Don't be listening to Flatzoid. He sees it in the measuring rod. And he sees that change on the vertical.
Slope and incline, exactly.
Slope and incline again. Not of level. Flatzoid. There's no slope. There's no incline. No, it's a vertical change.
Slope and incline, exactly.
What's his head? Right, let me get that. This is how to tell when somebody is a little bit, maybe a little bit dishonest. Right.
Slope and incline, exactly.
No, it's a vertical change.
Slope and incline, exactly.
What's that? Vertical change. Is this a no or a yes? What's going on? No, it's a vertical change. No.
Slope and incline, exactly.
Why is he talking about an angle? Slope and an incline. What's he talking about? He's shaking his head. No, it's a vertical change.
Slope and incline, exactly.
Not slope.
Vertical is slope and incline. Didn't you know that?
Vertical is slope and incline. What the fuck does that mean? I know he's a flat earther, and I know they're meant to speak nonsense, but what does that mean? Again.
Slope and incline, exactly. Vertical is slope and incline. Didn't you know that?
Vertical is slope and incline. What's he talking about? Vertical's vertical. There's no slope and there's no incline. It's just vertical. Flatzoid. What's he say?
Slope and incline, exactly. Vertical is slope and incline. Didn't you know that?
Didn't you know that? Like a gaslighting tactic at the end, right? Didn't you know that? Who should know that? Because it's nonsense. You can't know nonsense.
Slope and incline, exactly. Vertical is slope and incline. Didn't you know that?
It's just a measurement on the vertical datum,
which is slope and incline.
Okay.
That's
he's happy with this slope and incline. I don't know what it means. It's just measured on the vertical.
That's exactly the point.
But that's not
if he's
flat.
got if he's setting, yes, it is.
It's not. Here we go.
These people are giving me a bad name, Bev.
Exactly the point.
But that's not
if he's
flat.
got if he's
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry.
These
but
people are giving me a bad name, Bev.
You're going to have to stop being a flat earther, Rob. That's the only way. Be a not flat earther.
I might have to just be a not flat earther.
Yeah, yeah.
I understand.
In fact, I don't think you even need to be a not flat earther. You could just be a flat earther that says it's not flat. How about that?
Yeah, I like that one too.
You could be the first not flat earther.
I don't mind that
combination of the group. Yeah, yeah.
Understood. Thanks, Bev.
You can be an honorary not flat earther. Rob Keane.
But Flatzoid is wrong because we know what slope is.
Yeah.
A slope is hypotenuse. So if you have this triangle with a right angle is between vertical and horizontal. So the slope is hypotenuse. So it is not vertical and not horizontal. And this is slope. I mean hypotenuse. Hypotenuse is not vertical.
Yeah, it's the result of the rise over the run.
Yes, but this is another line. This is third line.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a bit as well. Because there's some really old school stuff involved here. Flatzoid exposes himself pretty big time. Okay.
That's exactly the point.
But that's not
if he's
flat.
got if he's setting, yes, it is.
It's not. He thinks it's flat. He thinks the vertical measurements that are taken, he thinks one, they're slope and incline, and two, they're flat.
Another wrong statement, because if he says, they say, like Flatzoid or Nathan Oakley, that horizontal is flat, and they mean by flat they mean orientation. So the slope cannot be horizontal because it is not horizontal. So it cannot be flat. So they are contradicting themselves.
Yeah.
It's pure nonsense.
Yeah, the antonym of horizontal is vertical. So any measurement in the vertical means that it's not horizontal. It's pretty obvious to most people, not to Flatzoid. Not because there's a change in elevation. That's what they're measuring.
Remember, you said he sets a level, so he sets horizontal. That's the datum.
I was asking him about level.
I'm just trying to quickly explain it to you.
He's trying to quickly explain it to me. What's he trying to explain to me? What does Flatzoid imagine that he can explain to me about this that he knows nothing about?
That would be gaslighting, because he already explained, and this explanation was completely wrong. So we know that he's wrong.
Yeah. We know that he doesn't really know anything. He thinks the vertical is a slope and an incline. And so here we go. This is
the reason he has vertical measurements on that rod is an angle based on that horizontal datum. So he either has a slope angle or he has an incline angle. incline meaning it goes up, slope angle means it goes down. Correct?
No. No, that's fucking mental. You just measure a number. That's it. He doesn't seem to know what an auto level is, how it works, or what measurements it takes. He's like got less than zero understanding. In fact, he goes backwards. No, that's not what it is. It's just a vertical distance from the point below the measuring rod.
So incline and slope angles, it's exactly what it is. I know you don't like those words, but that's exactly what it is.
Again, how ignorant do you want to be? I'm telling him, again, it's just a measurement of height above the ground below it. A measurement read on a rod that's just like a big ruler. Try it again. Listen to what Flatzoid thinks and put the pieces together.
So incline and slope angles, it's exactly what it is. I know you don't like those words, but that's exactly what it is.
You see, he wants an angle. He needs to find an angle somewhere. But there's no angle. It's just a linear measurement that you read within the crosshairs. Flatzoid is searching for an angle in a device that doesn't measure angles. But he needs an angle. Why does he need an angle? Well, I'll hazard a guess that Nathan Oakley's told him that he needs an angle. Because angle's how you prove it's flat somehow. Nathan Oakley's
your
got a special
horizontal is
angle.
straight line. Yeah. They need the horizontal straight line to call Earth.
Well, just to measure an angle. The angle's what's important for Flatzoid to have here. If he has the angle, then he can have the proof that Nathan Oakley's handed in this proof. Because there's something you can do with an angle. One of the things that you can do with an angle, Nathan Oakley's not said it, but it's to prove that the Earth's flat, apparently. I don't know how. Nathan Oakley's not going to tell anybody how it works exactly, but it's all involved around this magic angle. They've been doing it for years. Eratosthenes, Al-Biruni, go back whoever do you want. Other angle. QE had an angle in there. It was hidden nicely.
But still they are falling into another contradiction because they define horizontal as flat for some reason, but the slope he's talking about is not horizontal, so it is not flat according to their definition. So,
well, yeah, apart from the blatant contradiction that they're trying to deal with, yeah, yes, they've got multiple.
They misrepresent what surveyors do, and going with that, they are falling into another contradiction because the slope is not flat. So it cannot prove flat Earth anyway. So it's just dead end. They cannot see that.
Well, he
Even
would
when
be
I was
measuring...
on your channel, that's what we spoke about all the time.
Look, listen to what he's trying to play back to the time he was over here. But, like, from what he's talking about, he didn't listen to a thing we were talking about. Listen to him. He does try and say it. He
Even
would
when
be
I was
measuring...
on your channel, that's what we spoke about all the time, and you agreed with it.
Listen to that again, right? Something about... He
Even
would
when
be
I was
measuring...
on your channel, that's what we spoke about all the time, and you agreed with it.
You know, when I was on your channel, that's what you spoke about all the time, and you agreed with it.
Agreed with what?
I don't know.
With the sloping angles?
I agreed with myself with what I said. But, I mean, that's irrelevant to Flatzoid's misunderstanding of everything anyway.
That's why we have to be careful using the word it. Very careful.
Now you don't.
Now I don't. Apparently, Flatzoid says, I used to agree with what I said.
Spoke about all the time, and you agreed with it.
Yeah.
Now you don't.
Now I don't. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying he would just measure the elevation of the point below the measuring rod.
Yeah, which is a slope angle.
It's not a slope angle, Flatzoid. Why do you say flat?
Again,
Why does he say slope angle? Like, wait.
It doesn't. I think that it is not even in surveyor dictionary. This expression, slope angle. I don't think that surveyors use that term, slope angle, because it doesn't make any sense.
Well, we are talking about an auto level, right? Like I said, I was talking to the surveyor about level. That's all I was talking to the surveyor about. Not angles. I didn't mention an angle at all. Yet Flatzoid is obsessed with an angle from somewhere. It can only have come from Flatzoid's imagination. This angle. It wasn't mentioned about. It wasn't topic of the conversation. I didn't talk to the surveyor about it. We just talked about level. Flatzoid's generated this all on his own. No, it's an auto level. Yes. It's just a measurement on the vertical.
The measurement is a slope angle, not the auto level. The auto level's making the measurement.
I don't know what you're talking about. A slope. The auto level's making the measurement.
No, surveyor's making measurement.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can go back, Bev, or not. You don't have to, but yeah. I just want to reiterate that. Listen to what Bev tells him about what's below the measuring rod, and then Flatzoid's response to what Bev says.
Yeah, I think this.
If you can get there.
He
Even
would
when
be
I was
measuring...
on your channel, that's what you spoke about all the time, and you agreed with it. Now you don't.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying he would just measure the elevation of the point below the measuring rod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The elevation of the point below the measuring rod. Then Flatzoid says, yeah. And then.
Which is a slope angle.
Which is a slope angle. No.
It's like, what the hell?
The elevation of the point below the measuring rod, Flatzoid thinks, is a slope angle. That's crazy. Something tells me, right, he's not listening to what I'm saying, and he's fucking obsessed with some angle. It's got to inject an angle into it for some reason.
I'm confused as to whether he's getting it from Ruhif or from Nathan.
Well, it's hard to tell, isn't it? And this is one of the problems, right? Because there's no communication with anybody in any of these arenas. Nobody really understands what's going on. People get upset with us because we're talking about just reality and how these tools are used. How to talk to the actual professionals that use the tools. Just keep the model out of yourself, out of all conversations, and you'll find life gets a lot easier. Flatzoid's generating a fucking angle from somewhere. This is mad. It's an auto level. Yes. It's just a measurement on the vertical.
The measurement is a slope angle. Not
the measurement is a slope angle. He's obsessed with it. Look, he's wiping his face and everything.
The measurement is a slope angle, not the auto level. The auto level's making the measurement.
Auto level isn't making the measurement. I don't know what you're talking about, a slope angle. No, there's no angles involved. The auto level does not measure angles.
Oh, yes, it does.
I would have asked him how it does that.
Watch his face as well.
Auto level does not measure anything. Surveyor is measuring differences on the rod, and the rod is a ruler.
Yeah.
So this is.
It's just a linear measurement, right?
Yeah. On the rod. So I don't. And surveyor is doing that, not auto level.
Look, watch his face. The auto level does not measure angles.
Oh, yes, it does.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, no, it doesn't, Flatzoid.
What do you think those angle measurements are that they write in the books, their logs?
What do you think the angle measurements are? It's like, well, that's not level. Flatzoid, you're thinking of something completely different. Sorry, mate. Not angles.
Maybe he's confusing auto level with theodolite. I don't know, but seems like that.
They're just distance. They're numbers on the measuring rod. You use the measuring rod to read
which is in
the
degrees.
numbers. Huh?
Which is in degrees. Okay.
Yeah. Like, now, is he mistaken? Or is he just sort of ignorant? Is he just making this shit up? He thinks they're in degrees.
I think he is making shit up, but it is completely nonsensical because you cannot use a rod with degrees on it. Because if you are going farther away, your degree measurement would be completely off. So as a measurement of degrees, this rod would be useless, completely useless.
Wait till you hear what's next.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm saying in the chat that Nathan comes in to praise him. Yeah, this is... Nathan said this is Flatzoid ripping me a new one. Right? This is flat earth destruction of Bev and Bev's entire narrative. It's a fucking joke. Nathan Oakley does say that this is our time, though, right? This is the opposition that Nathan Oakley wants. So, good luck to you. Hey, thank you very much, Gords. Hope you're getting memberships. Good on you. They're just distance. They're numbers on the measuring rod. You use the measuring rod to read the numbers. It's in degrees. At this point, I'm going... I think this might be Ruhif. How close is Flatzoid to Ruhif? Do they know each other? Is Flatzoid funded by Ruhif like Ranty was? Because this is sounding a lot like Ruhif. You see the clip that I did at the beginning? I have a thing about Ruhif. These, let me get the... let me just find this. This one. You see that? It says this angle here at the auto level does not equal these lines here. Now, Flatzoid, what he's just said is that these vertical measurements on this rod here is an angle. This angle here. This angle does not equal these lines, Ruhith. These lines here on the vertical. Exactly the same as what Flatzoid's just said. And this angle here is one of the angles that you can do fuck all with. This is the where this whole thing generated from. So thank you very much, Flatzoid, for pointing it out. Welcome, Nathan Oakley, to the derivative of you can do fuck all with an angle. Because as you can see in this picture, principle of the Stadia method, this angle here needs this measurement here for you to be able to do anything with it. So you need more than just the angle. You need a measurement here. You can't, like Flatzoid and Ruhif do, associate this measurement with this angle, pretending they're the same thing, which is what Flatzoid's about to do. Like Ruhif did. Like Nathan Oakley's sort of justifying for Ruhif to be able to do this. Well, maybe Nathan Oakley isn't doing it for Ruhif anymore. Maybe Nathan Oakley is doing this for Flatzoid. So Flatzoid can state this stupid shit.
But still, if you are using Stadia method, you are still measuring this millimeters on measuring rod.
Yeah, it's that distance at the other end that you have to measure.
So you are not measuring any angle here, because this angle between Stadia here it is given. So you cannot change that. It is given.
Well, that's at your eye. That's literally at your eye. It's irrelevant to any measurement. You're not measuring the angle at all. You're measuring that distance. Flatzoid's just so far out of this, so far removed from anything concerning reality. He's confined to his model, and his model tells him he has to put an angle there for some reason. Magic trick that somebody's performed on him. Possibly Nathan Oakley, possibly Ruhif, possibly a combination of the two. Maybe other people as well have spurred him on. We don't know, since he's not going to come and talk to us about it. It's a bit tough to talk to people because they, he's going to try and talk to us about it now anyway. It's not. It's in centimeters or millimeters.
And inches, which equates to degrees.
There we go. Did you get that?
Inches equates to degrees?
Yep, he did say that. I hope you're watching this, Rachie. Because if anybody's got Flatzoid and you want to put in a video for top left, listen to this. Read
which is in
the
degrees.
numbers. It's not. It's in centimeters or millimeters.
And inches, which equates to degrees.
It equates to degrees. He's full on taking on Ruhif's opposite side angle. He thinks it equates to degrees. Somehow. The opposite side of a triangle, the length of that measured, Flatzoid thinks equates to degrees. He's mad. No.
So you're telling me they're not making angular measurements?
Yes, Flatzoid, we're telling you, they're not making angular measurements. It's an auto level. It measures a linear distance, a vertical on the measuring rod. Let's listen to him again.
So you're telling me they're not making angular measurements? So
When they're measuring levels, yes. Not measuring angles.
They don't measure level, they establish level, as you said.
Yes.
So they don't measure level, they establish level.
Yeah, and when he says, he said it's
angles.
vertical because that, look, he's got a little fucking grin on his face. He's wrapped that round in his own head. Listen to him.
they establish level, as you said.
Yes.
So they don't measure level; they establish level.
Yeah, and when he says he said it's vertical. Look, he's got a little fucking grin on his face. Thinks he's got something there. Yeah, yeah. Haha, they don't measure level. They measure. No, they don't measure fucking angles, Flatzoid. Because that's what he reads. He reads the measurement on a rod that's positioned vertically. He's measuring a distance.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, that's not an angle, right? But that's by the by, right? He's not. When I was talking to that surveyor, right, he didn't say he was measuring the Earth flat. Right? He would just said it's not flat though. By proxy, it's flat. We went over this a little bit earlier. Listen to it again. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what he says. Flat earther was measuring the Earth flat. Right? He would just said it's not flat though. By proxy, it's flat.
By proxy, shout out to Rob because he's taken my taken my advice to heart, and I appreciate it. The it he's referring to there is the Earth. So by proxy, he's saying that this surveyor measures the Earth flat. What does proxy mean? Substitute.
Right, so he's equivocating.
Yes. So now you can substitute establishing a level that when prompted by Bev, the guy said about whether levels curve, he says no, flat, referring to the level, and you can by proxy substitute Earth and say now, well, he just measured the Earth flat by proxy.
Yeah, I think we want to try and get that in the other one, right? Remember that there is 3 videos. That is the misrepresentation. We don't want to try and get into too much into that at the minute because we can go over how they're misrepresenting the surveyor. This is about this one today is about Flatzoid's misunderstanding of actual surveying practices. But I mean, what he's just said there is that, you can, by proxy, pretend that level means something else just by replacing something else there.
Also, I feel like we're all learning that just because you can speak a language doesn't mean you can fully understand a language.
Well, yes, it needs to be talked about. The communication that comes through a misunderstanding is the only way to sort that misunderstanding out. Because Flatzoid can have a misunderstanding of this. And if he never talks to us, then his misunderstanding will be added to by anybody who he talks to. If he doesn't come over and sort his misunderstanding out, then it might develop into some sort of paralogism that he's going to hand off to other people. And since, Flatzoid's talking to susceptible flat earthers, these flat earthers that watch Flatzoid, they look up to him. I know how it may seem a little bit difficult to imagine that, but that's what he's done. Flatzoid is paralogizing this shit for everybody that listens to him. And there are people that do really listen to him. Like Vicky and, PJ.
By proxy.
No, it's not.
If it's horizontal, he's established the horizontal. Can you see my screen?
Wait a minute, I think I might need to sort this out.
Okay, we've got the auto level there. The scope, it's going. He's got his measuring rod.
Let me see. You guys need to see this. Here we go. Keep Flatzoid in the corner.
Now you'd agree. You set his vertical and you set his horizontal. So he's established horizontal, which would be this red line. Okay.
With the tool, yes, the tool
Yeah, okay.
establishes the horizontal.
Now, what happens when he makes a measurement? I'm gonna use it.
You see, this is where I was just talking to him about the level to make sure there was no curvature to the level.
Yeah, there's no curve. I agree, no curve.
That's all I was talking to that man about.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say
we didn't make any claims or anything about any measurements.
No, but I'm trying to explain to you what a slope and incline angle is, because
why is he trying to explain to me what a slope and incline angle is? Like, why is he doing that? I went over there to talk to him about a video that his friend stole off my content that he thinks is okay. And then talk to him about, just talk to the surveyor about level. Why is Flatzoid talking to me a slope and incline angle? What's the point in it? But look what he's done. Can you see it?
Yes, you can see this green line.
He's added a green line in for some reason.
Which is not horizontal,
yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
He said on the vertical, that's what the vertical is, on this measuring rod. So let's say you've moved this measuring rod backwards and he's picked up a measurement to that point on the measuring rod.
Why would
you
he
believe
do that?
That's on the vertical?
Why would he do that? Why would that green line be there? What's happened?
It's not there.
Has somebody kicked the auto level? Like, what? For what purpose would that green line be put there? It's so bad.
If that's actually the observation, then his pretend auto level is broken or miscalibrated or something's gone wrong. You put a rock under it or something.
That how he's trying to explain something to me that would invalidate the auto level being level. And he can't see it. That's the problem. This fool can't see what he's doing. This is ignorance of dogmatic globe standards. You know, like if this was a glober, I'd be saying to him, are you sure you should be doing this right now? You're making a mockery of your model. Well, Flatzoid's making a mockery of a profession. And Flatzoid's meant to know about this sort of stuff. I can't understand how anybody, either a flat earther or a globe earther, have got to this point in this particular thing without knowing about how to measure the land.
Especially someone who's been in our Discord server before and listened to us before.
Yeah.
By the way, this green line is completely redundant because you are not looking on measuring rod. You are not looking at this point where this green line is going to measuring rod. You are still looking through middle crosshair at measuring rod.
Well, you could read a measurement that's not on that crosshair, like Flatzoid's got there. I don't know for what reason you'd want to do that. I mean, it'd be ridiculous for you to do that, but you could do that. You just read any number on the measuring rod you want.
Yes, of course, but that would be not measurement. You are just looking. You can read. Yes, you have optical device. You can read, of course, but it is not measuring anything.
No,
you're just looking at the picture.
Yeah, it's like you're looking through the eyepiece and you've established your horizontal at let's say 10 millimeters on the measuring rod, and then you look through it again. You go, I see 2 millimeters. Mark that down. 2 millimeters.
Yes, you can look at Blackpool Tower also. No problem. You can look at it.
Exactly. Yes.
He's saying this is what the line would look like if you're looking at the ruler, if it was further back.
No, but it
Like
wouldn't.
the green line wouldn't be parallel with the black one. That's what he's saying.
No, but it wouldn't. What black one? What are you talking about? What black? Where do you see black?
The first one.
The floor?
First line he made.
The floor? Did you notice anything about the actual black line? Because, well, I think what you're thinking is black isn't black. I think it's red. But how about
I'm talking about the line he had before.
How about,
is there another line right above the green line, right?
Yeah, it's a red.
Yeah, that's red. It's a red one.
Oh, okay, I could see
But the black line is interesting. The one black line he has. Anybody? What is that supposed to represent, that black line? In his little diagram, do we think?
The floor.
A concrete pad?
The ground, the floor. Does it have to be a concrete pad?
Could be anything, but the only thing he's actually measuring is that point right underneath the measuring rod.
Yes.
The rest of it is irrelevant.
Right. What's that? If someone is out surveying a piece of property, and they've got an auto level, what are the chances that the ground is going to look like how he's got it represented? Anyone?
Oh, it is in an environment. It is impossible to have exactly leveled Earth.
Yeah, this is his world. This is a flat earther's world. That it's the auto level that's sloping, but the ground, the earth, is flat, is level. This is the flat earther's world. Sorry, Rob.
You believe that's on the vertical, it's lower.
That's
so that would show the
it's not
elevation.
horizontal. Why would you get that measurement? An auto level wouldn't do that.
An auto level measures it flat. Okay.
Measures flat.
An auto level measures flat. But like, why would it slope and tilt down there like that? Why would that happen? It wouldn't. But listen to his response. Me, I ask him.
A measurement to that point on the measuring rod.
Why would
you
you
believe
do that?
that's on the vertical? You believe that's on the vertical, it's lower. So that would show the
elevation.
elevation.
Not horizontal. Why would you get that measurement? An auto level wouldn't do that.
An auto level measures it flat.
Yeah, I say, why is it going down there? It's sloping down. Like, why would it do that? And he says because it measures flat.
Can we pick out the it?
Ridiculous.
Sorry.
Fucking response.
Can we pick out the it here? What's the it that he's referencing when he says the auto level measures it flat?
But didn't he say the auto level measures flat?
An auto level measures it flat.
Measures.
This
it's a bit
is
hard to tell, isn't it? Is this the bit? Does he say measures or does he say measures it? It's hard to tell.
I may have poisoned the pool.
An auto level measures it flat.
I think that's hard
it
to
was
tell.
something like it was there. But maybe it is my imagination. I don't know.
Well, it measures it flat or it just measures flat.
Either way, it's
there's
wrong.
Not much. Yeah, there's not much context difference in the two, really. Both nonsensical. But Flatzoid thinks an auto level does that. Right now, if an auto level measures it flat, then all you need is an auto level, right?
Yeah, without measuring rod. So.
Yeah. Well, if you want to measure the Earth flat, you just need an auto level because it measures flat. You just pointed it. Where do you want flat measuring? I'll go over there. Look, I've measured flat. I mean, that's not what it does, obviously, because that's fucking ridiculous. But to a flat earther, because they've got some sort of a video of somebody saying something like that, this is what they now believe. And like Nathan Oakley said the other day, this is our time. Because Nathan Oakley needs a pushback. Nathan Oakley needs us, and particularly us, right? I'm Bev, Don't know whether you've said it. You must have heard people call me a liar, right? Well, if I say an auto level doesn't measure it flat, and it's been put in the narrative of everybody that Bev lies, then surely, using this false dichotomy logic that these guys have got, they could say Bev lies, so therefore it must be measured flat due to the fact that Bev lies. That's a narrative they've already put out there for these sort of purposes. So get ready for it. Whatever Bev says, the opposite must be true because everybody says Bev's a liar. That's the flat earth narrative, and I thank you for it. Nathan Oakley knows this, and he's waiting for us to say it's not flat. Then he can say, haha, Bev's a liar. And the Globe guys, they won't bother. They'll go, we'll agree. We agree with you. That's the way it goes.
Okay, but remember, like I said, this point would now be low. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
But you're saying it's measured flat, or it measures flat. It doesn't.
You're not letting me. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here?
No, I'm not letting him say it because it's a load of bullshit. And yeah, no, I don't know what you're saying. I don't think anybody does, Flatzoid. You're talking shite.
That's a slope angle. It means he's measured an angle lower than what the established datum was. So there's.
How has he measured that angle? Look, he says it again.
It cannot, because it has no indicators, angle indicators in auto level, especially in vertical datum. So it cannot measure any angle.
Unless
it is impossible.
Unless you like Ruhif. Because Ruhif has originated this. This is the opposite side angle of Ruhif. People be aware, Flatzoid, it seems to be in cahoots with Ruhif. Within a thing that Ruhif, we've watched Ruhif do this over the few years. He's started this narrative quite a long time ago, and if you've been following us, you should have seen this. I've tried to warn people about it. You may have heard what we commonly call, you can do fuck all with an angle. Well, that was said because of this very reason. People imagine they can get angles from things where no angles are available, and they can perform magical feats with these angles. Involving saving lives. Sometimes you can, if you can justify saving lives with it, then you can generate an angle from anywhere. Listen to him again.
Understand what I'm trying to say here? That's a slope angle. It means he's measured an angle lower than what the established datum was. So the established was that horizontal. He's now measured a lower
He wouldn't measure
angle.
that green thing with an auto level. It's an auto level. It only works in the horizontal.
Yes, the established horizontal. This.
Yes, the established horizontal. So where's the slope coming from? Flatzoid. Yeah.
It cannot be. You are a moving measuring rod. You cannot move auto level because you will lose your horizontal immediately. So it cannot be done. You cannot move. You cannot touch. I assume auto level during measurement.
Yeah. I mean, we've been out there. We've been showing all of this sort of stuff. Flatzoid was here when we were doing it. I did a 2-peg test when we were there, when Flatzoid was there, and I also did a test to show people how the measurements were made and how far away you could get whilst you were reading the measuring rods. Anybody that was here would be able to tell you that. It's on the recorded video for Under the Horizon. the full cut, the members
Yeah, you
one.
wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't want to shoot it 14 miles across water in Hawaii or something.
Well, that's not what Flatzoid's talking about here. Flatzoid's
No,
got
but
on
but there is
screen
other
a
people that do the
sloping green
same
line.
thing.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
just
not.
trying to
Yeah, I'm
give a
not
shout out
talking
to
about
Golfer
that
Life.
other thing though. You were literally just talking about this one here. Flatzoid on the screen has drawn a sloping line. It's got nothing to do with any distance. It never has with the auto level. Whatever this distance is irrelevant. You just need to read this number here on this. That's it. Flatzoid doesn't know that.
Angle here is what is measured.
No. Okay, again, this is what he says. I've got this cut by this bit.
This angle here is what is measured.
No, this angle here is what is measured. It's not.
Come on.
Auto levels don't measure angles. This is one of the most ridiculous things you've ever heard a flat earther say. And you'll hear Nathan Oakley come up later and say, this is Flatzoid destroying me. Completely ruining my narrative. Because he hasn't got a fucking clue about what he's talking about. It's embarrassing. No, it's not.
That
Not with an
angle
auto level. That is not what is measured with an auto level. You measure
What did they use the Stadia here
the
for?
number on the... Okay, let me get this.
You're laughing there, Bev. I wonder why.
I've got a picture on screen here. Right now, quite a long time back, like I said, with Ruhif, we had this picture. Get a little bit smaller. There you go. Right. Now, this is a picture that Ruhif got, and it was done when Ranty had his Discord channel. And that's a long time back. Remember when Ranty was pretending to be a flat earther? You remember that? Can everybody remember when Ranty was pretending to be a flat earther?
Yes, I can remember.
Right, well, this is from when he had Ruhif on his channel when he was pretending to be a flat earther. And his mate, Ruhif, brought this video or this picture over. And it says, does the horizon rise to eye level? Question mark. The answer to that is no, doesn't rise. Because horizontals don't rise. Otherwise, that would be a slope, a tilt. And you don't get that with horizontals, so they can't rise. That would be ridiculous. But what Ruhif has got there, I don't know whether you can see. There is the... here. You've got the crosshairs, and then this is one of the Stadia hairs. And here, you've got Ruhif with 5 milliradians. Well, that's an angle. And this is the very, very beginnings of the you could do fuck all with an angle. Because I had to tell Ruhif, I had to go over there and tell Ruhif on Ranty's show. I went over there and said, you don't measure angles with an auto level, Ruhif. And at that point, Ruhif decided to develop this angle theory. He was onto a winner. Al-Biruni's done it. Eratosthenes has done it. And this is Ruhif playing the angle trick. So this is the beginning, the conception of you can do fuck all with an angle. It later on develops to put in rulers on pictures. In the place of this here. This is where you place a ruler in a picture. And then you can pretend it's an angle. That's what's going on here. Within this picture. So, be aware, Flatzoid and Ruhif may have a relationship similar to Ranti and Ruhif. Just keep your eye on that. There's always something to watch out, like there was with Ranti. There were suspicions there with Ranti. Flatzoid, similar sort of things. Keep your eye out. He might be a wrong un. Oh.
What's the stadia here?
For distance. Flatzoid, were you there when we went over this?
Yes, I was there.
Okay. Right, so what do you do to use the stadia hairs?
Well, once you've set your horizontal using the stadia and you're walking away with a measuring stick, and as you see it get smaller, you're counting the steps either lower or higher to the datum.
You're making two measurements. One from the top
is angle
stadia hair
measurement.
and the other stadia hair. It's not.
Which is an angular
It's
measurement.
not. Again, you're making two measurements on a vertical staff with numbers on them. You're just making a linear measurement. But what does Flatzoid say? Listen.
With a measuring stick, and as you see it get smaller, you're counting the steps either lower or higher to the datum.
You're making two measurements. One from the
Which
top
is
stadia
angle
hair.
measurement.
Angle measurement. No, Flatzoid, not an angle measurement. This is why I keep saying, when I said it to Ruhif, you can do fuck all with an angle. That means you can't have that side, the opposite side to the angle, being associated with the angle. It's just a measurement, not an angle. And the other stadia hair, it's not.
Which is an angular measurement.
It's not an angular measurement. He thinks it's an angular. He thinks a linear distance is an angular measurement. He literally thinks a linear distance is an angular measurement.
As I remember, because we were talking about that, and I asked some questions. So from what I've heard, I understand now that the stadia the stadia method is that if you are, you can measure horizontal distance by measuring vertical distance. So if you have +1 millimeter on stuff, it means that you moved 100 millimeters on horizontal, because this stadia is set up to have ratio 1 to 100, as I remember.
Yes.
So
Well
you
done.
know that if you have more +1 millimeter on, if you are moving away from auto level and you can read +1 millimeter on the staff, you know that you traveled 100 millimeters on horizontal. This is what I understand.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Absolutely. It's just a ratio of
Yeah.
1 to 100, just exactly like you said. Yes, Paper. That's how it works. Not an angle at all.
So if I can understand that, why Flatzoid cannot understand this? Because
Yeah.
it is very simple.
Yeah, and you weren't even here when we were actually doing it.
Because they don't want to. They need the elevation angles. They need it.
Yeah, and Nathan Oakley's put it into Flatzoid that he needs an angle. Without his thing, it's you know, and Nathan Oakley has a thing about you can do fuck all with an angle. This is just one of the reasons that was generated, and it shows their franticness about it because it's all surrounding this angle. Flatzoid needs to put an angle in here so Nathan can do something with it. And what does Nathan need to do with it? You'll have to ask Nathan what he hopes to do with this angle that he's making in a thing that doesn't measure angles. He's literally, this is a mind angle. Sounds weird, that, doesn't it? Mind angle.
For saving lives, I assume.
Yeah, he might be able to save lives with it. If he can imagine a tool that doesn't measure angles, can measure angles, then, he might be able to prove the Earth's flat. You never know. You never know what Nathan Oakley might be able to do with this. And Flatzoid. But it's pretty obvious that they've not got a clue about the basic principles of these tools.
Nor do they
It's
care
just two
about that.
readings. Yeah, yeah. Andrew says, the quicker people stop giving their attention to Phil's like Flatzoid, the better. He's nothing more of a never-ending shit show of debates about total garbage. Yeah, dead right. But he is the only one of all of this crew of flat earthers that would let me go on to explain about the copyright strike that I had to give to Michael Kahn. Nobody else cares about any of this sort of stuff, and Nathan Oakley set it up to tell everybody to not come and watch us. I mean, why would he do that? Well, it's pretty obvious. We're the ones that point out how fucking ridiculous they are. He doesn't want anybody coming and seeing all of this sort of stuff. Yeah, we just deal with geometry and, simple facts. This is how flat earthers look fucking ridiculous. And, yeah, hopefully we can have the rise in the our time. And our time is the time of not flat. It's just not flat. Don't know why you'd have to say that. But, I mean, this is one of the things that I'd like to say to flat earthers. It's not flat.
I will also say, in my defense, it's not a spherical object either.
Well, yeah, what's it?
Thank you very much.
Rob.
Oh, right, the Earth. Sorry, Kevin.
Yeah,
the Earth
see,
is not a
I'm going to
spherical
stick you
object.
to it now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would much rather have the clarity of saying the Earth with a capital E. It's not a spherical object. Thank you very much.
I thought you were a religious man, though. Are you okay with capitalizing the E?
No, I did that for them. I don't capitalize it.
Yeah. Well, then that's the whole, isn't it? That's the big one. The big, the whole thing. That's why I don't have that big E at all, because that's playing into
me neither.
An official narrative.
I got rid of that.
Mm-hmm.
You guys kicked that to the curb for me. I totally got that part.
Well, so why do you feel you have to say that it's not spherical then? Why do you... Because you're giving something that isn't. You've already said you're not giving it the big E.
Yeah.
So why do you have to say that thing that isn't something else? I still
deal with 99% of the people around me.
You don't know.
That think it's a spherical object.
No,
yeah, I do.
No, that's just people around here. Nobody else in reality really
but I'm
gives
nowhere
a
else.
shit.
No, I got a few people in reality that don't give a shit.
Yeah. Honestly, I can't see the reason why you'd want to be a fanatic about something that, you've just got no proof of, other than looking outside and going, look at that. How beautiful's that?
Yeah, I look out the window and I see mountains, so I'm good with the not flat.
Okay, let's go.
Which makes an angular measurement.
It doesn't look. He's so fucking. This is. Flatzoid has said this that many times that there's something going on here, right? Who can't see that there's something going on here? Flatzoid's generating an angle out of a device that doesn't measure angles. Listen to him.
Measurement.
And the other side of your hair. It's not.
Which is an angular measurement.
It's not.
It's not an angular
It's just
measurement.
two readings.
Which makes an angular measurement.
Doesn't. So I have to keep saying it. I'm talking over myself. It just doesn't.
You see, I would say that at this stage it is going mental, because he said like 100 times now.
Yeah.
About this sloping angle or whatever, inclining angle or whatever. You explained to him like 20 times, and he's still repeating his bullshit.
Have you looked at the surveying logbooks before?
And like literally, what's Flatzoid think he's doing? Have I looked at surveying logbooks? It's like, yes, Flatzoid, I've done it. I've wrote all of those. I've transposed stuff. We've done the mapping. I've drawn it. I've done a cartography. We've actually mapped the land and had to plot it and put it onto a map. Yes, I've done it. On the horizontal and the vertical. Mapped both of them. Measured it. And when we go out there, obviously, if anybody does ever manage to come to meet us at Bedford or at one of the beaches whenever we go out, you too can get a chance to actually set these tools up. You can have a go at doing a 2-peg test. So you know what you would be doing. You have experience. You have a knowing. Flatzoid hasn't got that knowing at all. And if you've never done it, well, you don't know it either. Most people, when they don't know things, they don't speak about them as though they do. Normally, you can spot a bullshitter because, well, you know about something, and you can tell when somebody doesn't know about something, i.e. people like Flatzoid. Auto level does not measure vertical angles, Flatzoid.
Have you looked at logbooks from a surveyor before, Bev?
Again, this distraction. I say it doesn't measure vertical angles, and he wants me to know if I've ever looked at logbooks. He hasn't got a clue. But yeah, I've got a certificate on the wall, Flatzoid. I've actually done this.
What are in the logbooks?
The measurements that they read.
Slope and incline angles.
No.
No.
Like, what's up with him?
Centimeters, millimeters, yes, not angles.
Yeah. Like, where's he get the angles from? There's an obsession here that Flatzoid's got in his head that's something to do with angles that just aren't there. And notice anybody else? There's nobody else there that knows anything about this. So nobody can help Flatzoid. Now, whenever I leave this place, the general consensus is that Bev doesn't know anything. So they might believe that Flatzoid does know something. Chances are that because I'm saying this is a load of bullshit, right? They'll dig deeper into it. I mean, how could Flatzoid possibly be wrong? He seems so certain. He said it multiple times. It's on video. You can't have Flatzoid making a video where he's wrong. Obviously wrong. No, it'll have to be Bev that's got some sort of a problem. The OTL crew or something. I mean, he's confident. How can somebody this confident be wrong?
Slope and incline angles.
No.
Yes.
Measurements from on the rod.
Which is slope and incline angles.
It's not.
It is. No,
no,
you can say it's
I mean,
not all you want.
Like,
You just
why
being
do you
dishonest.
guys do this? He said to me, you can say it's not as much as you want. You're just being dishonest. That Flatzoid said that to me. Here, listen to him again.
slope and incline angles.
It's not.
It is.
It,
No,
no,
you can say it's
I mean,
not all
why?
you want.
Like,
You're just
why
being
do you
dishonest.
guys do? You can say it's not as all you want. You're just being dishonest. Flatzoid, a guy telling you about an angle measurement in a tool that doesn't measure vertical angles. He's that ignorant. He doesn't know. Ignorance and arrogance is what Flatzoid's got here. And obviously a massive ego.
Be confident. Just
Yeah.
be confident.
Do this. You don't know anything
Nobody's
about
saying anything.
surveying. And auto
Seems you don't.
levels
You don't take it.
seems you don't, says Flatzoid. Not measure vertical angles. Right now, the point
You
of me
just
coming
literally
round.
had a guy on screen, a surveyor, saying you measure in the vertical, which is horizontal datum. You're having a slope angle and an incline angle. That's it, Bev. I know you don't like it, but it's the truth. You're
He's
Hang on, Bev.
extrapolated.
That surveyor you were talking to didn't say anything about angles.
Yeah, I know. Because
Incline or slope.
I said it's horizontal, right? It's nothing else, is it? And he says, well, see, I call it vertical because it's up and down. And Flatzoid has imagined that to mean a slope and incline angle.
No, it means that these levels are parallel. So he's moving this horizontal up and down. They are because they are parallel. So it's like moving horizontal up and down.
Yeah. Yeah, the measurements are on the vertical. That's what he reads. He reads the measurements. And when he extrapolates that information, it's on the vertical. They're moving up and down. He positions them on the vertical. I mean, anybody who knows what they're talking about knows anything like this. Stephen Jarvis, he thinks you're talking about a theodolite. Well, I don't know, because we're talking about level. The entire conversation with that guy was about level. So that's what we're talking about.
And that's bullshit. How many times did Bev say auto level?
Well, we were talking
Auto
about
level.
level in the video. So why would we be talking about angles and a theodolite? Because that doesn't establish a level. A theodolite does not establish level. It's irrelevant to the conversation. So what Flatzoid imagines is irrelevant to the understanding of what I was talking to the surveyor about. If he imagines we're measuring angles, then, I mean, good attempt, but sorry, he's still gormless. Doesn't know what we're talking about. Shouldn't make allowances for idiots.
Guy that you interviewed literally says measuring on the vertical. That's incline and slope angles.
No, he calls it vertical because it's up and down. That's what he measures.
Incline
on
means
the
up,
measuring.
slope means down.
Yes, if the measuring rod goes further down, then he reads a greater number. If it goes up, because the land rises, he reads a lower number.
So that means the elevation has changed.
Yes.
Relative to the horizontal.
The horizontal that's set above the ground, yes.
So
the
angle
differing
separation
measurements.
between
He can't let it go. Thought we might be getting there. But yes.
Relative to the horizontal.
The horizontal that's set above the ground, yes.
So
the
angle
differing
separation
measurements
between the
that have
stadia
been
head-
read would show you the angular separation between the stadia hair. Now, I don't know who he's doing that for. I don't know who's listening and, like, why he's acting like that. pulling his silly face afterwards to try and get out of it, right? Angular measurement between the stadia hairs.
Yeah, I swear we went through all of this with Ruhif.
This is Ruhif,
weeks.
isn't it? How could this not
For
be
weeks
Ruhif?
we went over it.
Yeah, how could this not be Ruhif? In the background of all of this within Flatzoid's mind, how can Ruhif not be involved? It's like you say, it was a pretty big developmental stage in our understanding of the geometry and how these sort of things work. It was Ruhif and this angle and how it developed over the years into the position that we're in now. I mean, it was Ruhif that got Ranti to put the ruler on the picture. That ruler is the opposite side that Flatzoid's talking about here. It's the opposite side to the angle. This is what Ruhif did. When Ranti got the picture that they said thanks Bev for, again, me involved in it. That picture, they placed an angle at the camera and called that ruler the opposite side to the angle. They related the ruler to the angle, giving away all of the secrets of the guys. Flat Earth bullshit. I mean, sorry, Flat Earth Society. It was Ruhif that we're dealing with. And Ruhif, Nathan, Flatzoid, they all seem to be linked together. The ground, yes.
So
the
angle
differing
separation
measurements
between the
that have
stadia
been read
hairs-
would angular measurement between the stadia hairs. That's Ruhif. Show you it's not flat, right? The actual measurements and the changes of these measurements show that the land is changing elevations.
elevation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The land is changing elevation. Yes. It's like, great. We've got somewhere. Elevation changes of the land make it not flat. It's not flat.
Changing elevation.
It's not flat.
What's not flat?
The land.
The land's got topography. No one says the land doesn't have topography.
Well, there you go. That's the bit
It's
that's
idiotic.
not flat.
The horizontal datum is flat, correct?
Again, the land is not flat. Flatzoid, right? We can agree on that. That is one of the things that we can all agree on.
Let's say concession.
Yeah. The land is not flat. I mean, we can agree on it, can't we? Well, we can.
He already agreed.
Yeah.
So,
We can. Above, in the air, at an even altitude, not the ground.
Again, you set a horizontal level. Now
You
you're
set
taking
the
measurements,
level
which is
up to establish a horizontal.
And how far does that horizontal establishment go?
how does it matter, in fact?
Yeah. It's
It's
irrelevant,
red herring.
really, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, it's red herring, typical.
That depends on the tool.
Yeah. Well, planar surveying can go up to what? I think they said 150 kilometers.
What?
Kilometers.
150 kilometers?
You cannot see it at that distance, so it's just impossible to check this. If this horizontal has 150 kilometers, you cannot see that.
Yeah. Well, I thought that was a bit extreme. For somebody that doesn't know a fucking thing about surveying, like for somebody to come up with something like that, it's like, well, that's stretching the limits, isn't it? I mean, it's a bit extreme, Flatzoid, but, you know, if it says it in a book, Well, no. You would only be able to look at about 50 meters because
I agree. Your maximum
measurement,
accuracy is 200 meters.
What? He agrees your maximum accuracy is 200 meters. What? Has he ever tried that? Has he ever tested it? How does he know your maximum accuracy is 200 meters? I mean, I'd say that's quite a lot, that. 200 meters? That's extreme.
To what accuracy at 200 meters? Because
maximum
it's probably not going to be that great.
Well, he says that's maximum accuracy.
Like great accuracy, maximum great accuracy, fantastic accuracy.
Listen to what he says. You would only be able to look at about 50 meters because
I agree. Your maximum
measurement,
accuracy is 200 meters.
Your maximum accuracy is 200 meters. I mean, what does that even mean?
Maximum accuracy, I assume that would be 2 millimeter. But I don't think that you can measure
200 meters.
Yes.
Like, no. But again, he exposes how little he knows. Because he's never done it. How does he know that's what it is? It's ridiculous when people say that. What?
Your maximum for accuracy was 200 meters, but they say planar surveying does up to 150 kilometers, and then geodetic.
He's just used the they say. Blue Marble's done a video about this sort of stuff, I think.
Surveying does from 150 upwards.
No. They're talking about practical surveying. Look how confident he is. They're talking about practical surveying. If you want to be able to read that measuring rod and you want to be able to read a millimeter, because that's what we normally try and do, keep within the millimeter, you're probably limited to about 50 meters. That's within your foresight and backsight. So you've got 100 meters between your measurements.
Yeah, and do you require the horizontal to be flat to get those measurements, that distance?
Like
what that question means.
Again, it's another one of those, like, call it a red herring, but it's not. It's a flat earth type question, right? When you hear those sort of questions, you know that that's a flat earther asking it, right?
You require a horizontal for everything. That's why you establish this horizontal with auto level, because without this horizontal, you cannot measure anything. So what's the point of asking that kind of question?
100 meters between, listen to the way your measurements asks.
Yeah, and do you require the horizontal to be flat to get those measurements, that distance?
Those measurements, that distance.
So he assumes that there would be some kind of different horizontal than flat? I don't know, because
we do require the horizontal to be horizontal, but I don't know whether there's a requirement for horizontal to be flat. I think just horizontal would normally suffice without the pleonasm, right? It doesn't need it, does it?
Yeah, horizontal is horizontal. It's already flat, if they like this word.
Yeah.
It's a plane or line, straight line, so you don't need to add this flat. But if they use this word flat, it means that every horizontal is flat. So why he is talking about flatness of horizontal? It doesn't make any sense.
Is it required to be that way? Well, no, it's just required to be horizontal. You don't require pleonasms. That's one of the things that aren't required. That's why it's called a pleonasm. There's an extra word that's not needed. Superfluous. So it's not required, I would say, at all.
You can't have a curved base for that.
It's a tool that establishes a horizontal. So the even altitude would be established from that. Yes, and then the measurements that you read on the measuring rod, on the vertical datum, would establish the points of land underneath onto that vertical datum. In reality.
So elevation. So it's an elevation angle.
Look, what? Like, where did you just get an angle from again? What is wrong with you, Flatzoid? Has somebody infected him, right? I know they do tricks with angles within this flat Earth realm, but I didn't realise that the Ruhif angle trick had managed to make itself so deeply into Flatzoid. How many times has he mentioned angle? I was getting worried when I was doing this, because he knows that there's no angle measurements. Or was the sextant stuff? When did that come? Can anyone remember when Flatzoid left? Was it before the sextant stuff? Can't remember. It must have been, mustn't it? Ranty left. Did Ranty leave before the sextant? Because they were doing auto levels, weren't they? Ranty was meant to be going up Winter Hill with cats. Wonder whether Flatzoid was around with that. It's not an angle.
It is. Do you know?
It's not an angle. It's just not an angle. That's in reality.
So elevation. So it's an elevation angle.
It's not an angle.
It is.
It's not Flatzoid. God.
Do you know why they set a level? Dave, do you know why that level is set and why it's at a 0 degree?
0 degree? Like 0 degree? He did say that. What is a 0 degree? Not angle. A 0 angle. The angle that isn't an angle. The horizontal, the auto level establishes a horizontal
Why it's
plane
0
of
degrees?
Why is it 0 degrees? Why is it no angle? Why is it no angle? It's just nonsense. Why are flat earthers talking nonsense? Would make more sense. It's a better question. Like, why are you asking a question about a not angle? Why is it 0 degrees? What the fuck does that mean? Come on. Why is it 0 millimeters? Why is it 0 kilograms? Why is it no angle?
Why women have no beards, for example.
You might shave them off, like Jesse.
Yeah, so it's
What
a
do you
0
mean 0
degree
degrees?
angle.
It's just set in a horizontal
Plane. It's a horizontal 0 degree plane.
It's a horizontal plane, yes. This is like how many pleonasms do you want to add in? Oh man, he missed flat. He should have added flat in.
Yeah. Okay. So 0 degrees. Now, if they measure,
look, he's confirming it to himself. Look how sure he is. If he can actually get this together. It's just set in a horizontal
plane. It's a horizontal 0 degree plane.
It's a horizontal plane, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So 0 degrees.
No, nobody has to add in 0 degrees. It's a non-angle. For fuck's sake. It's mental.
Now, if they're measuring something below or higher, that is elevation change.
They're not, though. The use of the tool
So
is to use that horizontal in the crosshairs.
Yeah, but if you're now measuring a hill and that hill is higher, you've now measured an elevation angle up.
It's like Flatzoid. Somebody give him a slap and tell him that that's not how auto levels work. We're just talking about level. OMG.
Up in the vertical, so it's an incline angle.
No, not with an auto level, Flatzoid.
Yes, with an auto level.
Yes, with like. I'm thinking now, right? I've gone over there to explain about a video that got, copyright struck because somebody stole it off me. And I thought, I didn't know what sort of purposes they were getting to, why they stole it, and for what purpose. But seems like Flatzoid's developed some sort of angle measurement, and that doesn't really relate to the video that we were talking about in any way whatsoever. Right? I was asking him about level. Flatzoid's talking about elevation angles. Well, you don't measure elevation angles with an auto level. I don't know what he's talking about. And I don't know why he's doing this. It's almost as if Flatzoid is delusional. I mean, he is a flat earther. We'll give him that. But this device literally doesn't measure angles in the vertical plane. It doesn't do that. No, you do not measure vertical angles with an auto level of Flatzoid.
Now you're lying. The guy
calls me a liar for saying you don't measure angles in the vertical. Flatzoid calls me a liar. The official narrative of these people is just to call people liars. And don't forget, Nathan Oakley applauds Flatzoid for doing this. What Flatzoid's doing, Nathan Oakley says is good. This is what flat earthers are doing. Listen to it again. No, not with an auto level, Flatzoid.
Yes, with an auto level.
No, you do not measure vertical angles with an auto level of Flatzoid.
Now you're lying. The guy literally said it on your video.
Did he?
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I would say that's Flatzoid calling me a liar for no apparent reason, because of his own delusions that he's misheard something. The guy didn't even say anything to do with angles. Flatzoid's misrepresented it, and Nathan Oakley supporting it. Michael Kahn's stealing my content. And then this is the sort of stuff that's going on. I only went over there to try and explain to them about a video. This is Flatzoid's response. It's completely irrelevant bullshit. Flatzoid's just making up stuff that doesn't happen. That's not me lying, Flatzoid.
It is. The guy literally said it on your video. He measures in the vertical.
Right, I mean, I think I've got a clip of it today.
Yes, and you explained to him what this measurement on vertical means. That you are measuring millimeters on vertical datum. Yes.
Right,
not angles.
Can you see that? This is an auto. Advantages and disadvantages of the auto level. Right?
Yeah.
Auto level is very easy to use. No adjustment for staff reading. Above all, the auto level works. The measurement accuracy of the auto level is higher. Auto level results are very reliable. easy to use. The price of an auto level's quite, you know, about £100. They won't break the bank if you wanted to get one.
And you showed him this screen.
Look at this.
You showed.
You see this here? Highlighted bit.
Yeah. Vertical angles cannot be measured. Yes, and you showed that to Flatzoid, and he shut up for a moment.
Yeah, but Flatzoid, this is what Flatzoid's saying, right? So we'll go back. Listen to what Flatzoid's saying. Remember that
angle.
No, not with an auto level, Flatzoid.
Yes, with an auto level.
No, you do not measure vertical angles with an auto level, a Flatzoid.
Now you're lying. The guy literally said it on your video.
Here we go. This is me lying. Literally says it there. Vertical angles cannot be measured. Flatzoid, thank you very much. Public platform. Just, you know, say what you want about people. Feel free to take it back at any time. Make an apology video whenever you want, Flatzoid. It's okay. We've become to expect it. If anybody can tell anybody's a liar, then I'm the man, right? Everybody calls Bev a liar. Seems that I can come up with the receipts though, and nobody else who calls me a liar seems to be able to find out why I'm a liar. They just like calling it me. It makes it look good. It makes them look a little bit better anyway, I think. They can imagine not me lying, Flatzoid. Beat arguments.
It is. The guy literally said it on your video. He measures in the vertical.
He said he calls it vertical because I said it's nothing else, is it? And he says, well, he calls it vertical because it's up and down. And what he means by that is that the measuring rod that he's looking at changes the position of the base of it up and down because the elevation of the land changes. So when he looks...
elevation angle.
Again?
Yeah.
Again?
He's obsessed.
There's something going on here, isn't there? You should be looking at this, flat earthers, right? He's making angles that aren't there.
I would say that that Flatzoid is going mental because it's just he's stuck on this this one word.
Angle.
He cannot. Yeah, angle. Yeah.
So it is a magic angle. It's like, and it has been performed many times. Al-Biruni, Eratosthenes, and this, whatever this angle is, whatever these guys have got from this. Al-Biruni did a magic trick with another angle, right? He ended up with trying to push people, internalizing an angle. I'll give it that way. I don't want to give too much away. I like the enthymeme. Al-Biruni internalized an angle. Whatever this is, I've not really worked it out yet. There is an angle, right? And these angles get used in different ways by different people to achieve different results. You will be hearing about the equipotential angle of adjustment. That's part of the rhetoric. That's going to be making it into the rhetoric at some point. It's a little bit too early for that just yet. But along these lines of these angles that these people are imagining, because Flatzoid can't tell you anything about the angle that he's imagining. He's got it from nowhere. It doesn't exist. He's using a tool that doesn't measure angles and yet developing angles somewhere. Only in his mind. He can't explain it. But he's happy about it. Look, to his friends, at least. Up and down, because the elevation of the land changes. So when he looks...
elevation angle.
The elevation of the land changes. So elevation angle.
Yeah. Everything is an angle.
It's not an angle.
It's an angle measurement because you set a 0-degree plane.
What?
Another nonsense.
Yeah,
You
again,
cannot
make any
understand
sense.
what he says.
Again, he is a flat earther, right? Now, the thing is, it's a little bit worrying. Somebody's told Flatzoid this. I don't know who he's talking to. You know, I don't know who, who's around the table when he's talking. Does he go into the flat earth debate meetings? Is there a group of people that are developing some sort of an angle measurement thing from somewhere? I would suggest that 10th Man, Nathan Oakley and all of those guys have developed some sort of an angle fetish. And this is part of that. Flatzoid's just making mind angles. And, I mean, this is where we're at. 2024. Flat Earth.
You therefore measure elevation change, which is an incline or slope angle, which is based on elevation angles, meaning
the different elevations of the points that you're measuring. The Flatzoid is an angle from somewhere. I don't even know where he gets it from. I don't even imagine. But then again, I do have practical experience of this. I don't know what anybody who has no practical experience is meant to get from what Flatzoid's saying. Because to anybody with any practical experience, Flatzoid's just talking nonsense. So, I mean, you'll have to tell me. If you don't know anything about surveying and you can't seem to understand that it's a measurement on a rod, a measuring rod, if you can understand where Flatzoid's getting an angle from, or you think he's some sort of a flat earth master and he can do some sort of magic with angles because he's got some sort of knowledge of flatness somehow, I don't know. I mean, are there people out there that do literally think that about people like Flatzoid? Or do people sort of get the understanding that we're all just people, right? This sort of stuff doesn't elevate Flatzoid above anybody else because, I mean, this is just about measuring a thing, looking through a scope and reading a number. You can obviously see it's measured and graded in centimeters or inches if you're, if you're in America, you use your decimal feet, sorry. Crazy.
Angle measurement, Bev.
This is one of the reasons why you're never going to have any surveyors coming in here to talk to you. There you go. Literally tell him, this is why you'll get no surveyors coming in here to talk to you. Because you're talking nonsense. You don't know anything about surveying, yet you're talking to somebody as though they're a child and you do know more than them. You don't. You haven't got a clue. Flatzoid has developed an argument around something he knows nothing about. But this is a flat earth argument that he's developed around something that he knows literally nothing about. Now, I say nothing because Flatzoid was here. When we took these tools out, we put the cameras on it. It seems like he didn't get any of that. He didn't understand why we went out there, what we were doing. He didn't look at the measuring rod to read numbers on it or anything. He thinks it's angles. That's what's bad about it. Flatzoid was here. I know. Because I was out there holding the measuring rod, asking him, I'm pretty sure he told us about the focus, all of that sort of stuff. So he was involved. Can you see it? What number can you read? He was there. It's sad.
They can come talk to me all they want. They're going to say the same thing as me because I'm giving what they do. You are the one disagreeing with what surveyors do.
Flatzoid. Literally. Listen to it again. I say, this is why surveyors won't come here. They won't come and talk to you guys. This is the video that you've robbed the content off of me talking to surveyors.
That's why your logbooks.
Why you're
That's
never
why your
gonna have
logbooks work with
any surveyors coming in here to talk to you.
They can come talk to me all they want. They're going to say the same thing as me because I'm giving what they do. You are the one disagreeing with what surveyors do.
We're talking about an auto level.
And surveyors use auto levels.
Yes.
Great.
Doesn't measure an angle.
Horizontal
doesn't measure an angle in the vertical. Put it in Google now. Type it in. Somebody, if anybody's listening, just type it into Google. Does an auto level measure angles within the vertical plane? See what it says. He's Googling it.
It'll say Flatzoid's an idiot.
ChatGPT or something.
I don't use ChatGPT, mate.
He doesn't use ChatGPT. Neither do I.
Share my screen.
There we go.
Don't need a video.
Flatzoid. Surveying lessons with Flatzoid. And remember, Nathan Oakley applauded this man.
Horizontal distance angles and lines by auto level. Easy and quick method. Why would they have angles in them?
Horizontal, right?
Horizontal is an angle, correct?
Yeah, but we're talking about in the vertical. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Horizontal is an angle, correct?
Horizontal's an angle, correct. He thinks horizontal angles means it's an angle of 0. I think that's what I think he means.
By the way, horizontal angle.
Isn't that referring to an azimuthal angle? Damn it, paper. Thank you.
Only horizontal angle I know there are called azimuthal angle or azimuth angle. So
there's a little tiny bit at the bottom of the thing, right? It's got a graded scale 360 degrees, and you can turn this around the horizontal angle. So it's a crude angle measurement on the horizontal. Crude horizontal. But that's not what we're talking about. Flatzoid's talking about a vertical angle, which is up and down. The auto level does not measure vertical angles. Of course, you can turn it around. But we're talking about in the vertical plane. See that? You can see a little white and black thing on a roller around the base of that thing. Yeah. Well, that's when you turn it, you can use a crude angle measurement because that's on the horizontal plane, right?
Yep.
It doesn't measure vertical angles.
Doesn't it?
No, it
So
doesn't.
the distance between the top stadia to the bottom stadia here is not an angle measurement.
No. Again, Ruhith. The only person that's ever said that is Ruhith. Ruhith was pushing. He wants that to be an angle. It's part of Ruhith's trick. He needs that distance to be an angle. He can then perform his magic tricks with it. It looks like Flatzoid's been taken in by Ruhith.
And by the way, it is not true because, as I said before, it is you have horizontal distance, and this horizontal distance is measured in millimeters. and you can compare this to vertical distance, like 1 millimeter difference, and you know that you traveled 100 millimeters on horizontal. But this is straight line measurement. It's nothing about angle. You are not measuring any angles here. You are measuring distance.
Yeah, two distances, and it's a vertical versus horizontal representation, 1 to 100. One vertical makes 100 horizontal.
Yeah, so as you know this proportion, you don't really, you don't measure horizontal because you calculate that, because you already know, because the ratio
it's
is
not
the same.
It's not accurate. Well, I mean, say it is. It's, you know, the principles of it mean it's, you know, it's a rough estimate of how far away you are. But I mean, it's used more often in sights of guns and stuff to know, you know, how far away things are when you're trying to, if you're doing shooting. And again, it's a size proportion thing.
Yeah, but still no angle.
Yeah, no angle. No angle at all. But like I say, entirely Ruhith. If anybody wants to follow through the reasoning, you'll have to come in. It's boring, but there is a mathematical understanding behind it, and we do have the ability to see why this is needed. The sufficient reason behind it is there too. We know that. These guys, Flatzoid hasn't got a clue why he's saying it at the minute. He doesn't understand. At least I think he doesn't understand, because he doesn't seem to understand the rest of it. And I don't know why he'd say this publicly, right? You try and keep this hidden if you actually understood what was going on here, because you do look ignorant.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely.
So if you can
see, now this is confidence from Flatzoid.
It's not an angle measurement.
No.
Are you sure about that?
Look, again, I'll have to go back over this. This is Ruhith. I'm telling you. Hey, Ruhith.
Doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
So the distance between the top stadia to the bottom stadia here is not an angle measurement.
No.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely.
So if you can say you've measured 1.63 meters above or below a horizontal baseline, which is a 0 degree, you're not going to get an angle.
No, you just get a measurement, don't you? Get a measurement on the vertical.
Is an angle.
It's not. It's just a measurement. It's just a distance.
Is it now? Okay.
Is it now? He's sort of less and less confidence as the time goes on. It's not an angle measurement. I don't know how I could be much more certain in when I was saying it. But Flatzoid's just spent, I don't know how long of this conversation telling me I'm a liar and talking complete bollocks himself. Do you reckon he's going to make a, you know, oh, I might have been wrong there, Bev. Or do you reckon it's much easier to call Bev a dickhead? You know, we'll see what goes on. Like Nathan said, this is our time. This is the time. This is the opposition that Nathan Oakley and Flatzoid have been waiting for. This is it. This is the time for them to stand up and tell us about all of this stuff. They've been waiting for it.
So distances don't have angles.
Again.
So distances don't have angles.
So distances don't have angles. What the fuck are you talking about, Flatzoid? Doesn't make any sense. Distances don't have angles. Yeah, dead right.
They are on straight lines. So what?
It's just a line. A distance is just a line. There's no angle. You need two straight lines. I've got to cut all of this for a Buster song.
Is it now? Okay. So distances don't have angles.
That's what I live for, this sort of stuff. Who else could get him to say such stupid shit?
Is it now? Okay. So distances don't have angles.
I've got to click that. So distances don't have angles. Thank you very much, Flatzoid. See there, look at the bottom of that. See the little white numbers?
Okay. You see what's here? What's that? 60-degree.
Let me get that. Because this is quite... Oh, wait a minute. You don't want to do that.
Horizontal angles. So azimuth angles. Yeah.
Can you see that? I think he thinks that's a vertical angle, I think.
Yes, but it's obviously horizontal angles. So
yeah.
Azimuth angles.
Yeah, because it doesn't come anywhere near the end of this. It's like these are coming from the floor underneath it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's him turning it on the horizontal plane, isn't it? They're
so
horizontal.
Angles,
yeah, we're talking about. You were talking about vertical angles, and I said it does not measure vertical angles.
You literally said he measures on the vertical, Bev, which is incline and slope angles.
No, it's not. Yeah. It's just a measurement on the vertical staff. Yeah, he's like obsessed with this angle. I think we might be able to blame 10th man, Nathan Oakley. Somebody's nutsacked this guy with an angle. He's seeing them where they aren't. He's placing them on distances. It's the opposite side angle. It's got to have something to do with Ruhif. Got to.
Again, to get those measurements off of a 0-degree
plane. Round and round and round.
Yeah, because you're literally being, as I said, dishonest. You just.
I'm not. It's me being dishonest. Flatzoid says. He's got his head in his hands, trying to work it out, and says I'm being dishonest. Angle man. Not being dishonest, right? I came in here to point out that when I asked that guy, I just asked him about level. That's all I was talking about. No measurements or anything.
Jeff said he can't get in, Flats. Jeff says he can't get in through StreamYard for some reason.
Well, it doesn't show me.
Yeah, is it maybe because there's already four of us in with you? Does it have a...
Like, why does anybody else need to come in? We're talking about a video. Why does anybody else need to come in? Maybe they need to come in to help Flatzoid. Perhaps that's what it is. Flatzoid, you need help, mate. You're talking shite.
Something limit.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe it's because. No, you can stay in. It doesn't. I'm sure Jeff's at work anyway, so he's not really going to talk.
Yeah, true.
Okay, I'm going to show you again.
All right, carry on.
We can have up to 10 in here, by the way.
Oh, you can have up to 10. So I don't know why it's not showing then. Oh, wrong screen. Sorry.
I'll go and let him. I'll let him know. I'll let him know to try again.
Shot.
I told him try the link that's in Element that you sent, because that's how I got in here.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what he's at. He's in debate 2. That's what he said. It.
Okay, let's read a bit through. Automatic level for instrument of angles and elevation. The automatic level is designed such a way to automatically compensate for small movements in the instrument and keep the line of sight in level. An internal compensator completes a leveling process and the instrument nearly level. That maintains a line of sight in the horizontal position throughout needed, obviously. The internal compensator does not let the instrument be knocked out by level. Any bumps, the movement caused by the wind are also compensated by the internal compensation. The instrument is leveled, which you said they make a level. The screws, instead of 4 automatic levels, can make bullseye spirit level compared to tube level. The combination of 3 leveling screws and the bullseye, blah, 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 just giving what it's saying. The beam. Here we go. The trans.
He's literally Googling it live to somebody who's got a qualification. Yeah, limited qualification. But I've got the tool. I've got an auto level here. Flatzoid's watched us actually take it out and use it. And Flatzoid's Googling it now. Flat earthers.
Concert level. Oh, someone's trying to come in. What? What's the name? He's coming. Hey, dude, what's up?
Hey.
So, a translator is an optical instrument to telescope that compromise the built-in spirit levels at mount and spirit level. They are used to determine the relative position of lines and objects, mainly for surveying and buildings. The transit levels are precise. The transit level helps in establishing the reference line. Theodolite measurements of angles in surveying. Okay, mate, this is the theodolite. We're talking about the auto level specifically. Is that what you're saying, Bev?
Yes, the auto level. Yeah, so now he's come to the angle measuring device for measuring angles. And no, we're not using that Flatzoid. It's bad. It's like if you were a flat earther before this and you realise that this guy is the guy that you've got representing you, you should seriously be thinking about what you're fucking doing.
Yeah, you should rethink your flat Earth choices.
Yeah. Man.
So does an auto level and theodolite do the same thing, though?
No. Does an auto level and a theodolite do the same thing, then? Like, no, one of them establishes level and the other one measures angles. They're not the same at all. They're two different tools for two different jobs. Both surveyors, right? Surveyors use these tools, but they use them for different purposes. Theodolite measures angles. An auto level just establishes a horizontal plane.
Which you then go and measure incline and decline angles.
Good. He's really good at that.
Like, why does he have to do it? Like, seriously, you have to start questioning of what importance is this angle that isn't there? Why is it so important to this man? Because it never becomes apparent why he needs the angle.
And he's repeating like 100 times. So maybe I'm suspicious because maybe he is just programming his audience by repeating this shit 100 times.
Yeah, no.
I don't know.
Who says that? Stephen Jarvis, what I said earlier. Maybe he's confused between the two. How can he be? He's gone from this here, right? And he says, look.
Theodolite measurements of angles in surveying. Okay, mate, this is the theodolite. We're talking about the auto level specifically. Is that what you're saying, Bev?
Right, so he says there, right? He says the theodolite, and then not the theodolite. I say, what do I say? Yes, the auto level, right? Not talking about the theodolite, right? And then he gets to this bit here.
Which you then go and measure incline and decline angles.
No. Yeah. He's not confused between the two. He knows it's not a theodolite. He still wants to measure angles with this auto level. He's not confused, Steve. There's something even stranger going on. Something even stranger. Go back over this, right? Like, no. Yes, the auto level.
So does the auto level and theodolite do the same thing, though?
No. Theodolite measures angles. An auto level just establishes a horizontal plane. And Flatzoid says...
Which you then go and measure incline and decline angles.
No. Literally.
You cannot. He admitted that you cannot measure vertical angles without a level before. That was his concession, and now he repeats his bullshit again.
Yeah.
About this incline and decline or whatever angle is.
Blatant dishonesty or delusion. Or there's something so strong about this angle that he has to generate it when it's blatantly not there.
Incline and slope angles or horizontal.
Don't measure vertical angles.
Okay, let's put it this way. If you've measured now 40 meters higher, then
40 meters higher. What's he talking about? With an auto level?
Yes, so if you have range of auto level, like you said, 50 meters, so it would be out of the scope, I think.
Measuring rod, yeah, you'd have to, have a, say, the auto level on the top of a cliff, and then a massive measuring rod to measure 40 meters in the crosshair. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
What's he think's going on? You can't point it up 40 meters. It's an auto level. It doesn't do that. He doesn't seem to understand. There's something... I mean, it would be good if Flatzoid had come in here and try and explain any of this, right? But I doubt he could. He'd be like Blue Marble Science. Like a deer in the spotlight. Not knowing what to do. Sad.
The level you've established. Okay? That's now you've got your distance.
40 meters.
Let's just say you've measured something 5 meters. It doesn't really matter.
What's he talking about? You've just measured 40 meters, 5 meters. He came with 40 meters. I didn't know. I questioned him what the 40 meters was about, and now it's 5 meters. And you're measuring it on an auto level. But I don't think Flatzoid understands what an auto level is. So how are you meant to converse with this guy right now?
5 meters higher. The elevation shows 5 meters higher. Okay?
Well, the measuring
is that 5
rod,
meters?
The measuring rod would be 5 meters max normally.
Yeah, we're just giving a ballpark. Okay? Now we've
you
measured
work
elevation.
within the range of the tools that you've got.
It doesn't matter. Take 2 meters. It really doesn't matter, Bev. It really doesn't matter. I'm just trying to make a point.
Right,
here.
I've got a screenshot. How do I get that to you?
Do you see the bottom? It says present.
Yeah, that would be on my screen, wouldn't it? I don't know which screen I've got and which one I'm going to be showing.
Just press present and then if you share screen, you can choose it. Yeah.
Don't know why they don't just do it in Discord.
You've measured a elevation change.
To do it in Discord.
That elevation change is literally based on a horizontal datum, which is 0 degrees. If you've measured, let's say, 2 meters higher,
he says it again. 0 degrees. What's that?
Why he's talking about any degrees?
That's no angle. He's having to add an angle into horizontal. of 0 and no angle. Because it's just a straight line, right? Or on a plane. Like, there's no angle there. But does he need to say that? It's like a pleonasm, isn't it?
But my point is, you've measured a elevation change. That elevation change is literally based on a horizontal datum, which is 0 degrees. If you've measured, let's say, 2 meters higher, that's an incline angle measurement.
Did you see him? How's that an incline angle measurement? Even by what he's doing. He's looking like he's doing some weird Masonic sort of stuff there, isn't it? I don't know what the finger is, but that does look like a Masonic sort of gesture. Who's the guy? Watch the hands. Wasn't it? Watch the hands. Anybody see any symbology in that?
You've literally physically measured an elevation change over a horizontal baseline. Just the same as you measure slope angles. It's the same. There's no curves in there. 100% agree with you. There's no curves.
What's he talking about? Did he realise in the middle of that there actually isn't an angle there? Do you want to watch him again?
Yes,
What?
he said that you are measuring on vertical datum from horizontal. This is what he said.
But my point is,
him.
you've measured a elevation change. That elevation change is literally based on a horizontal datum, which is 0 degrees. If you've measured, let's say, 2 meters higher, that's an incline angle measurement. You've literally physically measured an elevation change over a horizontal baseline. Just the same as you measure slope angles. It's the same. There's no curves in there. 100% agree with you. There's no curves. Only thing I don't agree with you is you measuring an angle based on a horizontal datum.
No, it's vertical datum, not horizontal datum. Horizontal is reference, not datum.
Yeah. He's got his smug face on again. Smug face. Here we go.
Only thing I don't agree with you is you measuring an angle based on a horizontal datum.
No. That's the only thing he doesn't agree with me on, is the thing that doesn't actually happen.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because even this surveyor said that he calls it vertical because it is on vertical datum, not horizontal datum. So he's messing things up.
Badly. Very badly.
That's why the logbooks are full of angle measurements.
No angle measurements. They're just distances, Flatzoid. And if you knew anything about any of this stuff, you would know that. But he's just showing his ignorance. And this is one of the reasons why no surveyors will ever come here. Because Flatzoid would be like this with a surveyor too. Because Flatzoid's learned it from the flat argument, which is obviously nonsense. It relies on Flatzoid stating nonsense statements that you can't reply to because they're just nonsense. Sad. Yeah.
Add to stage. There we go.
This is something I got for Ruhif when Ruhif attempted to do this when he was trying to say that the stadia hairs measured an angle. Can you see the disadvantages of an auto level?
Vertical angles cannot be measured.
Yeah. Yeah, that sort of ruins it for him, doesn't it? He's just spent like half an hour talking shit about angles being measured. And he has to read that out that says vertical angles cannot be measured of an auto level.
Vertical angles cannot be measured.
Yeah.
That should end this discussion. But,
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
yeah.
But I mean, what can a flat earther do when he's, faced with that? What happens? And it says the horizontal angle is measured in the auto level is not very accurate. It's not an angle measuring device. There's a different tool that measures angles. The auto level doesn't do that. It just establishes a horizontal plane of reference, so you can measure the elevation changes of the land. There you go. Vertical angles cannot be measured. The disadvantages of the auto level. Flatzoid's literally just stuffed himself. But, he is a specific tool that literally for measuring elevation changes.
Look, Bev, I agree with you on that, but I still disagree when you say that's not an elevation angle measurement. I don't agree with that.
Literally, he's just read it and he agrees with me, but he doesn't agree with it being an elevation angle measurement, which means he can't back down. He said it, his ego's going, and that's it. He can't say, oops, yeah, because I mean, what would he go back on? Like, his whole entire narrative revolves around an angle. Obviously, it's so important to him. He kept mentioning it. He needs that angle for some reason. Why? Don't know. He needs an angle that isn't there for him to be able to manufacture something in his own mind. It's not an angle. That's what I'm saying. It's not
Just
an
because
angle.
the auto level itself doesn't measure angles, like you said, because it measures distances, doesn't mean it's not an angular measurement.
He did say that. Do you want to hear it again? Flat earther. Flatzoid. It's not an angle. That's what I'm saying. It's not
Just
an
because
angle.
the auto level itself doesn't measure angles, like you said, because it measures distances, doesn't mean it's not an angular measurement.
Is that a diletheist? Is that what a diletheist would say? Or is that a mental condition? Just because it doesn't measure angles doesn't mean that I can't say that it is an angle measurement. Flatzoid. 2024. Delusional. Or there's something going on that Flatzoid requires an angle that isn't there. At least mentally. He needs to be able to place that angle in his mind. Otherwise, this whole thing looks like it falls apart if Flatzoid can't have an angle. Don't know why. I think he might require it for his flat belief. Maybe it's part of the religious thing. Just the angle. Just an angle. Well, it is, because it's a linear measurement. That's not
I'm
an
going to draw it on
angle.
screen again. I'll draw it on screen again. Okay? We've got here 5 meters.
We've got to
There.
draw it.
Yeah, it's also sitting 5. This auto level sitting 5 meters level.
How do you know that?
Above the ground. We're just saying.
Well,
for
you
Pete's sake,
have
it
to
doesn't
measure
matter.
it. That's the whole point. You need
Yes.
that measuring rod, and you need to
Stop
look through the
stop
thing
trying to
to
obfuscate
find
my
out.
point.
I'm not Stop trying to obfuscate my point, says Flatzoid, knowing zero about the actual procedure of knowing and establishing the height of the auto level. He doesn't know a fucking thing about it. And it's embarrassing. It would be embarrassing. And I feel embarrassed for him. And I feel bad for any surveyors that ever have to hear any of this. They can't come in and defend their profession from people like Flatzoid talking shite. It's bad. Because nobody will ever listen to anybody about this thing. Because these people are these ones that are generated within this false dichotomy. They're the ones with the loudest voices. They're the ones with the official narratives. Flat earthers and globe earthers have generated this entire conversation about the surveying profession that they know nothing about. It's just an argument within the narrative. Their narrative. I'm just literally telling you.
My point is,
that's where the measurement is made.
I'm trying to make a point here, and all you're doing is trying to say, "Oh, it's not 5 meters." I don't give a shit if it's.
I'm not saying it's not 5 meters. I'm saying in order to measure the 5 meters, you need that measuring rod. Because that's where you would read 5 meters on the measuring rod.
I know, Bev, you're not listening to what I'm saying. Okay?
I'm not listening to what Flatzoid's saying. The only way you can establish the height of the auto level is by reading a vertical distance above an established datum. Flatzoid doesn't know. He thinks that's an angle measurement.
I'm trying to make a very critical point that you keep missing out. You've got that set as a horizontal. So the measuring rod sitting the same elevation as there, okay, as the auto level. So you agree?
The measuring rod's sitting at the same elevation as the auto level. That's literally how you measure the height of it. This is the established datum. Here on the floor, this height is the height of this. If Flatzoid knew anything about this thing, anything at all, he would know that's how you establish the height of this. You find the elevation of the benchmark, and then you add this onto it, this distance that you read here. That gives you the elevation of this. It's terrible.
Agree that's on the same plane. You agree with me?
What's on the same plane?
The auto level and the measurement of this with the elevation.
What you actually would do is at the bottom of that, underneath where that measuring rod is, there's what you call a benchmark. A little brass plate.
I know what the benchmarks
now that has
are,
an elevation to it, right? That has a set known elevation. What you do is you set your tool up, you put your measuring rod on that thing, and then you add what you get on top of it.
I already know, babe.
Right, that becomes the elevation of that horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
You can then refer the rest of the points to that elevation that your tool has been established at.
Okay. You see the bottom now. You would agree that that elevation has risen.
Yes. It's higher.
Okay. It's higher. Great. So
not flat. Right? Not flat.
It reads a higher elevation angle.
Not flat.
Yeah, topography. Bev,
definitely not flat.
Yeah, he agrees. Yeah, topography. It's not flat. This one, of the two, this one is not flat. Well done. You can tell the difference. Not flat.
This Earth has topography. No one's said there isn't. We've got hills and valleys and mountains and things.
Yes.
But the thing you're missing, what is this horizontal baseline that you've placed there?
The thing I'm missing, says Flatzoid. What is the horizontal that you've based there? It's the horizontal. You've just established it. What is
that
it? It's
horizontal, not curving. Yeah, and it never curves.
Horizontal doesn't curve, no.
Great. So you've established the horizontal. Now, on a globe, you would agree that you would have a new horizontal right next to the auto level. So if I had to take this auto level,
I don't do fantasy
and
stuff.
I
I
had
only
to
deal with reality.
yeah, and I had to move it here, you would agree it would not be on the same level anymore on a globe.
See, again, at this point, I'm thinking, right now, Flatzoid knows nothing about what we're talking about here. He knows nothing about how to set up auto levels, and I'm really struggling to understand what he's talking about. He's talking about moving the auto level, obviously, and if you move it, then it's not going to be in the same plane. That's what I'm trying to say, and I don't know whether it comes across or whether Flatzoid or what he's talking about, but it's going to be hard to talk to Flatzoid at this minute because he's already established he hasn't got a fucking clue about any of it, and he seems to have some sort of a vendetta, and he wants to put an angle into everything. So I don't know how to approach talking with somebody like Flatzoid. Well, you wouldn't be able to set it up on the same level anyway. Like the moment you move it, you're establishing a new plane, aren't you?
Huh. So, Bev, then how can you claim the Earth's not flat if you're setting a new level?
What does that mean? Just get that again.
Then how can you claim the Earth's not flat if you're setting a new level?
Then how can you claim the Earth's not flat if you're setting a new level? Like, you've moved the auto level to a new place. So how can you claim the Earth's not flat? Flatzoid. Like, of all of the nonsenses, that's one of the strangest nonsenses that I've ever heard. Like, it's obvious the Earth's not flat. But moving an auto level doesn't mean that you can't claim that the Earth's not flat. That's what Flatzoid's saying.
Then how can you claim the Earth's not flat if you're setting a new level?
Because there's... Again?
So, Bev, then how can you claim the Earth's not flat if you're setting a new level?
That sounds like a Bev, but it's a South African one, isn't it?
So, Bev.
So, Bev. To get that, you get like Flatzoid and Blue.
So, Bev.
Bev. Because there's elevation changes.
So if I've just measured, let's say this is 100 meters long. Every point is level. It's perfectly parallel.
What do you mean?
Okay?
Every point.
With the same elevation. There's no elevation change for 100 meters here, let's just say.
Who's talking about fucking hemispheres? Clockwise. Get that fucker out of here. That's Return of the Mac. You know that Return of the Mac? He's over on Nathan Oakley's, teaming up with Nathan Oakley. You know, like Flatzoid and Blue earlier. Return of the Mac. He's Nathan Oakley's friend. Aren't ya? You know the Flat Earth Society, the people that play both sides all the time? That's Nathan Oakley. That's Flatzoid. Flatzoid was teaming up with Blue Marble Science earlier today. Like Return of the Mac teams up with Nathan Oakley. I don't want Flat Earth Society guys around here. There you go. See you later. Have fun. Go and cry to Nathan Oakley. Go on. Go and tell him you got banned. Useless. He was literally teaming up with Nathan Oakley. You'd have thought he was a flat earther. But from what he was talking about in here, he doesn't sound like a flat earther. And that, if there's something, right, within this arena that you've really got to watch out for, it's the people that play both sides of a false dichotomy. I call them Flat Earth Society people. Rachel's one of them. Flatzoid, possibly one of them. Ranty, he was one of them. I'd say Nathan Oakley's one of them too. Flatzoid's definitely playing both sides with Blue Marble Science. People doing deals with shit in the background. Flat Earth Society, watch out. They're the worst of the land.
Of the land, you've measured 100 meters and it shows the perfect horizontal. There's no elevation change.
Yeah. Right, so check this out. Flatzoid sets up this scenario.
Of the land, you've measured 100 meters and it shows the perfect horizontal. There's no elevation change.
Right, so you've got 100 meters and there's no elevation change. That's what he's... You're a glober now, Rachy, but you weren't a glober before. That's what you... Flat Earth Society plays both sides. Depends on which side needs the help. And Flat Earth Society people just switch from one side to the other. And they're accepted. They're welcomed into these sides. I mean, it never happened naturally. It's obviously scripted. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think people swap sides, Rachy. I think it's always Flat Earth Society. You're just playing both sides, but it's the same thing, really. Both sides are the same coin. It's a false dichotomy narrative. Doesn't matter which side of it you're on. It's still the false dichotomy. Both sides are the same. They're not real. They're a distraction.
Correct. So that would be 100 meters of flat land.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, if I go and I move the auto level to another point, how do you know it's... You said you can't know it's on the same horizontal. Why?
Well, you'd have to refer it like you did with the first one. You'd still have to refer it to a known elevation. Then you could establish that as your new reference. He shows here he doesn't understand the actual method of how to do surveying, foresight and backsight, and what the principles of this process is. He's just showing ignorance. Don't let Flatzoid's ignorance stop you from, knowing the procedure. If you do want to know, come and ask us, or go and ask a surveyor how he actually does it. Try and keep away from the model. Just ask them about the procedure. That's right. How you do it.
But now the point is, you would agree it's still sitting exactly with the same horizontal plane that you had set first, with your first benchmark.
It would be parallel, but it wouldn't. You wouldn't know it's exactly the same unless you get exactly the same measurement when you refer
So are
it
you
to
claiming
the.
the auto levels? Are you claiming the auto level is inaccurate then?
Where did you get that from? Did anybody hear me claiming that auto levels are inaccurate? Or did Flatzoid just come up with that? This is half of the problem whenever you're talking to people. They imagine you saying something or dealing in some other way with something. But, you know, Flatzoid assumes something here. And then he puts you on the back foot by asking you this. You know you've never claimed it. But this is how flat earthers operate. Refer
So
it
are you
to
claiming
the
the auto levels? Are you claiming the auto level is inaccurate then?
to the millimeter. I don't know
So
what
then
you're
why would it
talking
give it,
about.
why would it give it? Why would it give a different measurement then if it's on the same?
Why would it give the same different measurement when it's on the same? Because you don't understand the method, Flatzoid. You don't understand what we're doing. You've never done any of this. It's embarrassing.
Plane.
Because it might have been set up at a different elevation. Like, do you know
So
how
your
to do you know how to
horizontal-
set them up?
You're missing the point altogether, Bev.
I'm missing the point altogether. Really, the point is that Flatzoid hasn't got a clue what he's talking about. So I don't think I'm missing the point. Or maybe the point is that you're meant to just agree with Flatzoid. And that's what the Flatzoid's thinking the point is. Well, we know how the procedures are done. So I know that Flatzoid hasn't got a clue about what he's talking about. And yet, Flatzoid did sit in here as we were going over these methods and stuff. He obviously wasn't listening. Well, he didn't take any of it in. I'm missing
The point altogether is, yeah, you measured 100 meters total flat. Okay, you've agreed with
That was because that was the scenario you laid out, right?
Yeah.
You said that there's no elevation change. So
let's say we went on an ice lake and we've put the auto
onto an ice lake now. I don't know why we've gone onto an ice lake. Maybe he's talking about Ruhif and Rainy Lake with George. Maybe he's reliving stories that, you know, he's been told about things. I don't know. Why are you going onto a lake?
to level up, and we measured 100 meters on that ice lake.
Give me the reason that you're going on an ice lake to do surveying elevation.
Because
you've never have you actually used one of these tools?
No, Bev.
No, Bev. So why are you jumping on an ice lake? For what purpose? If you've never used the tools, for what purpose could you possibly be jumping on an ice lake? Flat Earth reasons, right? Some imagination he's got.
Doesn't need to use one to know how it works, Bev.
Well,
why are
you thought they measured angles in the vertical plane?
Sorry, why are you obfuscating from the point which you literally just said? If I measured 100 meters of flat, and I'm telling you, you can go and measure on exactly the same plane of reference, you're telling me it will differ. So you're literally throwing your own argument in a dustbin.
No, throwing my own argument in the dustbin because Flatzoid can't imagine what the fuck I'm talking about when I'm talking about actual procedures. Yet he's jumped on an ice lake and telling me that I'm ruining an argument that I never even made an argument. Flatzoid, listen to him.
So you're literally throwing your own argument in a dustbin and saying,
I don't think so.
Auto level is useless because it sets a new horizontal datum every single time you move it. So therefore, you are invalid with your previous measurement.
What's happened here in Flatzoid's brain? What happened there? Literally. Where did he get that from? That's just Flatzoid going mental. you want to hear it again? Because
So you're literally throwing your own argument in a dustbin
no,
and saying,
I don't think so.
Auto level is useless because it sets a new horizontal datum every single time you move it. So therefore, you are invalid with your previous measurement.
As he broke. So what does that mean? No, you have to be able to refer one point to the next. And if you're
That's why you have
making
your
transitions, yeah, but that's the original benchmark. As you're maneuvering it along, you're establishing a unknown point, but you're giving it a known elevation because you're referring one point backside to new point foresight.
Yes. And now, because we've moved the auto level and we've established the horizontal stays horizontal right through that 100 meters, it has no curve, there's no slope or inclines, it's literally flat. You would agree it's measured flat, that piece of 100 meters.
You see the way he did that? You would agree that it's measured flat. He slipped that in there, right?
It's literally flat. You would agree it's measured flat.
No, I would never agree it's measured flat. That's madness.
But the horizontal is flat, Bev. But the horizontal's flat.
It's not measured flat, though. That's the point.
That piece of 100 meters ground.
Well, you're just measuring the points where you have the measuring rod, the bit underneath.
Yeah. So flat. Because there's no elevation change.
In the scenario you laid out, yes, you had no elevation change. Right, so here we go. If there's no elevation change, then it's flat. Flatzoid says that. If there is an elevation change, then it's not flat. Quite simple logic.
Yeah.
But Flatzoid wants both of them to be flat.
No, impossible. That's impossibility. You have elevation changes or you haven't. If you haven't, it's flat. If you have, it's not flat. Simple.
We've got Rachie and Paige going at it in the chat. Rachie, I don't know what you're talking about. The geometry matches the spherical surface. I don't know what you're talking about. 1 degree every 69 miles. You imagine that matches a spherical surface. I'd like to have a conversation about that at some point, but I mean, that's completely irrelevant to this. But we can do that. We have done it many times. Not for the chat, though, at the minute. It's irrelevant.
Great. So we measured 0 degree elevation change.
Well, it's you
Another
measured
degree.
0 degree elevation change. I mean,
Elevation change is measured in centimeters or millimeters, not in angles.
well, it
How
is
long-
0 degree, right? You never measure any degree elevation change with an
Yes,
auto
but
level.
this is the same thing with this zero curvature that conforms to curvature of the liquid parts, which is 0. This is the same. So why to talk about?
Well, it's not quite the
curvature?
same, really, because if you're doing it in reference to an auto level, then the fact that an auto level can't measure a vertical change because it's not a tool for measuring the angles in the vertical seems to be what the Flatzoid's saying makes it a flat earth. Right? You may as well say like a banana can't measure angles either. Therefore, the earth's flat. That's about as convincing as what Flatzoid's saying at the minute. Because there's no angle to be measured within the tool, therefore the earth's flat. Listen to him again. You can apply the same sort of reasoning and logic to it.
Because there's no elevation change.
In the scenario you laid out, yes, you had no elevation change.
Great. So we measured 0 degree elevation change.
Well, it's like it's not a, well, it's a 0 anything, right? 0 millimeters, 0 inches, 0 miles, 0 kilograms, right? You measured 0.
But you still managed to get a different reading when you moved the theodolite on that flat.
It was an auto level we had, not a theodolite.
Auto level, yeah. Sorry, auto level.
Yeah, right. So the point of me coming over was to point out that that surveyor didn't mention. Yeah, right. So the point of me coming over was to point out that that surveyor did how flat it is. Flatzoid. The point of me coming over was to show that it's not flat. Flatzoid. Didn't mention anything about measurements. Yeah.
Flat.
We've heard it like 6 times.
Well, he said that there was... Yeah. It's bad. No curvature.
I'm going to correct you.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm going to correct you.
Go on. I'm going to correct you.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say I heard it like 6 times from both of y'all. Kevin would be pissed.
Yeah, I have to do it to lead. Part of the stuff that I do is the anthememe. So you've got to imagine. You've got to allow people their ability to imagine. Otherwise, you never end up in these positions. You never give them chance to let them string their pieces together. I think
I'm totally with that.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, understood. Go ahead. Right.
I think
you are being dishonest. First of all, your copyright strike was you lying. You know why you lied? Because he literally showed it was on your channel and you said...
Right, so whatever happened there with the flat thing, right? I think he got backed into a corner and then he's gone to the copyright thing, right? So... we've been over the copyright stuff. We don't need to go over that. These are the other bits. Put up was titled Bev's a Liar. Oh, no, we don't need to know about that either. What about this bit? Out there.
I'm here to lie, Bev. Best way
it was
do, mate.
all Bev a liar. You know, it's all of that bit. Don't call him Bev a liar.
To me, it is.
Yeah.
Is a pancake geometrically flat?
No.
Thank you. Is the Earth considered flat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it geometrically flat?
No.
It's good.
There we go. Problem solved.
Its aspect is flat.
Nobody's in the right mind had like denied topography.
There you go. Flatzoid and his mates. Do you want to hear it again? Flat Earth Conference. Flat Earth pep talk. Early morning meeting around flat class. This is what we do. This is how we work it out, right? Flatzoid. Take it away, guys.
It's actually very simple. Guys, is a pancake considered flat?
To me, it is.
Yeah.
Is a pancake geometrically flat?
No.
Thank you. Is the Earth considered flat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it geometrically flat?
No.
It's good.
There we go. Problem solved.
Its aspect is flat.
No.
There you go. Problem solved. Flatzoid's done it. Solved everything. Him and his mates. That's good, that, isn't it?
He's using word if Earth is considered flat. It's just convention, if you will. You can say anything.
Colloquially flat.
Yeah.
But within this arena, right, where flat means not flat.
But if he's saying that geometrically is not flat, why geometrically is not flat? Because it is measured, not flat.
Mm-hmm.
And Nathan Oakley
But flat's not a geometric term.
Yes, I agree, but I am operating within their language. And it is inconsistent because if they say that it is measured flat, they are not using colloquial sense of that word, because you are not measuring colloquially, you are measuring geometrically. So it is geometric sense, and they say that in geometric sense it is not flat. Therefore, it is measured not flat. Simple.
Nobody's in the right mind had like denied topography.
Deny topography. I
Yes,
don't know what that means.
Topography is surface of the earth.
The bit that's
And,
not flat.
Yeah, it's
So
not flat. And
by saying it's measured flat, they are denying topography.
Yeah.
Because the topography is the bit that's measured not flat.
Yes. By the way, it is the only thing that it is measured.
Yeah.
Because land surveying means that you are measuring a surface. So topography is surface. So what's the problem?
Yeah, I don't get it. What's up with talking about reality as though it is reality? I don't get it. I don't get why they've got something wrong with it. It's mad.
It's stupid. It's an old age argument. It's ridiculous.
He thinks that's an old age argument, saying it's not flat. He thinks that's an old age argument, saying it's actually measured not flat. Michael.
But on maps we have topography. It is painted, let's say, on maps, topography. So nobody ignores topography. So why they are trying to ignore topography? While in maps we have topography by using different colors. So we have different colors for different elevations. So that's topography, for me at least.
It's
only morons bring that up.
Yeah.
Only morons bring topography up. Can you imagine that?
So
when talking about
cartographers
measurements.
are morons. Yeah.
Yeah. Whenever you're talking about measurements, if you say it's not flat, then you're bringing up the topography, and therefore you're a moron. I mean, that it's crazy. They've set themselves an entire narrative.
Yeah, they have to offend cartographers for some reason.
You see, this is the thing we have an issue with you, Bev. Just because you can't accept.
See, that they have an issue with me. Flatzoid, this is Flatzoid telling them that they have an issue with me.
Yeah, you see, this is the thing we have an issue with you, Bev. Just because you can't accept that everything you show shows a measured flat earth with topography, I might add.
See? Just because I can't accept their delusions of what we do. That's why he has an issue with me. This is Flatzoid, the flat earther, telling me that he has issues with me because I don't accept his delusions about measuring flat. Listen to it again in its entirety. Flatzoid and his mates.
Yeah, you see, this is the thing we have an issue with you, Bev. Just because you can't accept that everything you show shows a measured flat earth with topography, I might add, doesn't make it not flat. It just means you're a flat earth denier. That's it.
Yeah?
Yes, you are flat earth denier because the earth is measured not flat. So
yeah,
that's the reason. Yeah.
Yeah, but he thinks that everything that I do shows it is measured flat. Like he's delusional about that fact.
Yes, but they are talking about ignoring topography for some reason, not you. and not surveyors, of course, because they measure topography, the actual land with topography. Surveyors don't ignore topography. The question is why they are ignoring topography.
And why are they assigning that to me? Why are they assigning it me as my problem? Because it all seems backwards. It's upside down. It's like upside down world that these people are talking about. Madness. Go over this one more time, just so you can understand what people think of you.
Yeah, you see, this is the thing we have an issue with you, Bev. Just because you can't accept that everything you show shows a measured flat Earth with topography, I might add, doesn't make it not flat. It just means you're a flat Earth denier. That's it.
I'm flat Earth denier. I'll sign me up. In fact, I can prove it's not flat. I'll go one extra step of denying it. I'll prove it's not flat. Yeah, and is there anything wrong with being a flat Earth denier?
Not really, but
yeah, Flatzoid says there is when you're presenting flat Earth. I've never presented flat Earth. These people are delusional. Literally delusional.
There is when you're saying that, like, people shouldn't be using that term, but yet a surveyor's happy to use that term.
And there you go. There's Michael. Don't need to get into this one at the minute, but that sounds like he's misrepresenting the surveyor. He used that term because I asked him whether there was curvature to level.
Bev, he was happy to say to you, yeah, it's flat, mate.
He was
everybody can watch
prompted
video,
by me.
everybody can hear it. Play it again, Flatzoid.
Right. And see whether I was the one that got him to say that. He just used one word to say that there was no curvature, for fuck's sake.
Bev, you were saying it's not curved, is it? It's horizontal, isn't it? And he went, yeah, it's flat, mate. There's no explaining needs to be done. Everybody can hear with their own ears.
Yes, everybody can hear. Yeah.
That's Michael Kahn, the guy that stole the video that said, you know, where the guy was saying that there's no curvature to level by calling it flat. There's no curvature to horizontal by calling it flat. That's what he did.
Yes,
Crazy.
exactly. Not Earth.
Except by proxy, Flatzoid's decided he can change it all up.
Okay. So anyway, the point is, guys, planar surveying measures elevation. So that means they physically measure the Earth. That's what they do. They measure Earth. That's their job. And when they measure elevation angles, aka incline and slope angles, Bev, that's what they do. Just because the guy has an auto level doesn't mean they can't compute it as an angle measurement. Doesn't mean they're not measuring a flat Earth. That's
yeah. Literally. Flatzoid.
Computed as an angle
So
measurement.
not by proxy.
Doesn't mean they're not measuring a flat Earth.
Yeah. By proxy, you can compute an angle. Compute it flat. He's mad.
That's what planar surveying is.
Listen, Flatzoid, he's never done any surveying.
Doesn't mean they're not measuring a flat Earth. That's what planar surveying is.
What's planar surveying?
Maybe I am mistaken, but as I understand, planar surveying is measuring from horizontal plane.
Yeah.
From, not on horizontal. You can measure horizontal distance, of course, on horizontal plane. But elevation changes you are measuring from horizontal plane, not on horizontal plane.
Yeah.
So this is my understanding.
Yeah, Flatzoid doesn't seem to know anything about what's going on at all. I don't know why he's bringing planar surveyors into it, right? It's obviously it's planar within the name of the thing.
Literally, planar surveying manuals say they do not take Earth curve into consideration. They assume it to be flat.
You don't even know what curve is. It's planar. It's a plane.
Yeah. So why he's talking about curves?
Yeah, I've got a
In
clue.
planar surveying. So
It's not even considered.
going?
There's a plane. There's no curvature to a plane. That goes without saying, Flatzoid. Don't think it's fucking like, well done. You telling us that there's no curvature to a plane. They don't account for a curvature within the plane of planar surveyors. Genius.
That's literally what planar surveying manuals say. You don't want to take what the guy says because you have a discrepancy with a flat pancake, for instance.
What? How it is related to what he said before?
It's not got anything to do with surveying
Yeah.
at all. Flat pancakes. Like, for fuck's sake, Flatzoid. I know you're a flat earther, right? And I know there's a surveyor that has said flat. But pancakes have got fuck all to do with surveying.
Because you have a discrepancy with a flat pancake, for instance, doesn't mean the guy is saying something wrong or everybody else is saying wrong. It just means you're just denying what is being presented.
Well, literally, the measurements that get taken prove that the Earth
It's flat.
is not flat.
It proves it's flat, bro.
Yeah, no. This is where we start getting into this. You know, I can't understand what's going on here at the minute. Because to me, the measurements in the vertical would prove the not flatness. Like, literally, prove it.
Yes, and they admitted, whole panel admitted that geometrically it is not flat. And surveyors use geometry to measure the land. So they are operating within geometry. So they measure not flat because, and they agreed on that. So why he is arguing? It's just not
Because
nonsense.
he's read the manual, and somebody else kept citing a manual, like around last year, the year before, kept bringing up the manual says this, the manual says that. Oh yeah, it was Ruhiv. So
Yeah.
Flatzoid, maybe you should go talk to Ruhiv.
I think they've already been talking.
He'll go over the. Yeah, sounds that way.
How could they not? This is where it starts getting ridiculous when people like Flatzoid start saying things like this. This is, well, as bad as it gets. Literally, the measurements that get taken prove that the Earth
It's flat.
is not flat.
It proves it's flat, Brave.
No, it
Remember when I
doesn't.
just told you the 100 meter? Yes. If you set the horizontal
There's
data.
no way you can come forward with that claim of proof of flatness. It's ridiculous.
Oh, yes, I can. What's level? What does level mean, Bev? What's level?
So there you go. He is coming forward with that proof of flatness. And with what? What's level? What's level? What's level? What's level, Bev? What's level, Bev? I think he's going to go full on. Full on. This
So
is proof.
It means that their flat Earth has nothing to do with Earth. It's just sad.
Yeah.
They are contradicting what they say, what they did say before on this panel. So they said that it is geometrically not flat, it is colloquially flat, and now they are Flatzoid is saying that it is flat because it is measured not flat geometrically.
Somehow, yeah, the proof of
Yeah.
a vertical measurement is the proof of flatness. Somehow. But you've got to have some really twisted logic to be able to believe this proof is gained by a contrary sort of measurement. Like,
yes,
it's weird.
Yes, it's weird because they literally say that if you measure elevation changes, this is what Flatzoid said. Therefore, Earth is flat. It is measuring Earth flat. When you measure elevation changes, you measure the Earth flat. This is just idiocy for me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 2024, Flat Earth, led by Flatzoid and Nathan Oakley. At least this particular fiasco, let's say. Flatzoid and his swaying sort of ability. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. I'll give you a shout out, Saragaki, for now. 3.5 hours behind. Now you'll know when you came in. Oh man, this is one of the most ridiculous surveying things I've ever gone through. And I have actually had a fair few conversations with people about surveying, you know, the methods, the procedures. And this was like, literally, this is the worst. It's like they've progressed to a point where they can't even talk about it. And you'd have no point in trying to apply any geometric procedures to this because these flat earthers would just lose it. I can prove that.
And we can prove that too, exactly.
But it does. Here we go. Look. What can we prove? Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. I can prove that.
And we can prove that too, exactly.
They can prove level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Watch out. Flat earthers can prove shit. So. I bet they can't. I bet they'll just say it's an axiom.
Yeah, but still, it doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. It proves otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Flatzoid says he can prove it, but the ability for Flatzoid to be able to prove it would mean that he can prove the Earth's not flat. And I don't know whether he can do that. He's put himself in a position. He's a flat earther. You can't have a flat earther that can prove the Earth's not flat. You have to believe that as a contradictory statement. And I suppose flat earthers could have that contradiction, but I can't. Just can't do it. But it doesn't prove that the Earth is measured flat.
Oh, yes, it does.
No, it does. Yes, it does. That Flatzoid. Listen to it again. I can prove that.
And we can prove that too, exactly.
But it doesn't prove that the Earth is measured flat.
Oh, yes, it does.
No, so Flatzoid can prove that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, and that proves that the Earth is measured flat. Why doesn't he do that? Why doesn't he come out with his positive proof? Thank you very much, Stephen. Stephen Jarvis. Good stream, Bev. Enjoyed it. Thanks for letting a free chat from all sides. Thank you very much, Stephen. I wouldn't say from all sides because it's just reality. There's not many other people talking, but yeah. The idea is for us to just talk about reality. Flatzoid can prove, like in this statement here, he says he can prove that level is a straight line and that level is a straight line proves the Earth's flat. So, Flatzoid, why don't you do it?
So
I can prove that.
And we can prove that too, exactly.
But it doesn't prove that the Earth is measured flat.
Oh, yes, it does.
No.
So
Right, okay, so I say it doesn't prove that. Flatzoid says it does. It's dead simple. Show us.
Yes, but he's contradicting himself because they said in this panel that it is geometrically not flat. So he's now contradicting himself. Because now we are talking about geometry and measurements, not colloquial sense. And they agreed that it is geometrically not flat. So why he's talking about that? I don't understand. He's arguing against himself.
Yeah, contradictory. That's the way they roll. It
surveyors
does
measure-
not. It
planar
just proves
surveyors-
that level
planar
is
surveyors
horizontal.
measure up to a planar
Can I
measure.
Can I just speak?
Yeah.
Right, you measure all elevation and depression from a horizontal, yeah?
What? Well done, Michael. Come and join the game. Let's see. Where are we going?
If it's not flat to start with, then how the fuck can you measure elevation?
What?
Flat what?
Yeah, if it's not flat to start with.
Yeah. So the beginning is not because this elevation changes. It itself means that it is not flat. You don't need anything else. You have elevation changes, therefore Earth is not flat. Because you measure elevation changes of the land. So what's the problem? They are just
Good point.
circle jerking now.
Exactly.
And it's simple. Remember, planar surveying, they can measure up to 150. Oh, I can't let Vicky in. Too much people. Planar surveying measures up to 150 kilometers. And
what does that mean? Again, nonsense statement. Listen.
Measures up to 150 kilometers.
What measures 150 kilometers?
Planar surveying measures up to 150 kilometers.
Planar surveying measures up to 150 kilometers.
Why not more?
Well, planar surveying doesn't really do anything, does it? Like you need a surveyor to do the measurement. Like planar surveying, it's like saying science says. It's by saying planar surveying measures. It doesn't. Planar surveying doesn't measure anything.
I think that surveyors are measuring what they are supposed to measure. So they are doing till their job is done. It doesn't matter if it is 150 kilometers or less or more. They are just doing their job. So
yeah, if it's on a map to scale, you can measure, a greater distance. It depends what the map is. Because a surveyor can measure a map and use the scales from the map to do surveying, to do a measurement. The measurement's already been made one-to-one. You can measure it on a map. You can measure all sorts of different things. So what is he saying? Planar surveyors measure something, or plane surveying measures something. It's a nonsense statement.
For example, if UK is measured by surveyors, it is more than 150 kilometers, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So it is measured in greater distance. So what he's talking about?
Yeah, measurements can be any sort of distance. It's just a straight line, linear thing. I mean, nobody says there's a limit. Nobody sets limits to straight lines, distances. Crazy.
Planar surveying measures up to 150 kilometers, and they measure plane, horizontal. Okay?
They don't measure horizontal. Nobody measures horizontal.
It's already established. So why to measure a thing that is already established? It's just nonsense.
Crazy.
If you're claiming the Earth's not flat, how in a bloody mind can you expect a horizontal datum of 150 kilometers that shall have no curve, only has to...
Like, what's he talking about? How the bloody hell? How the bloody hell?
That shall have no curve, only has topography in it, not to be a...
Again.
That shall have no curve, only has topography in it.
Only has topography. No curve. Only topography.
So curve.
So curve, yeah,
Also.
yeah. But non-specific curve. Just mentioned as topography.
No.
Flat
Plane is
earthers,
plane.
ladies and gentlemen. No curve, just topography. Topography's all of the bits that are curved. Crazy.
Not to be...
Y'all motherfuckers look at me, making me look stupid.
It's like Buster says, though, right?
I don't agree with that.
If you have flat Earth and you take away the Earth, i.e., the topography, it's like a mathematical equation. Flat Earth minus Earth equals flat. Well, that's what Flatzoid's doing here, isn't it? If you take away the Earth, then you're just left with flat. So therefore, it's flat Earth, isn't it? Like, you've just
That's
got
what
flat.
he's saying. What's wrong with that, though? Really? I mean, let's be real here for a minute. He's definitely excluding topography. So Brenda, Blue, they would call you flat earther.
Who would?
Same
People have
team.
been calling me flat earther for ages, but it's not flat.
We know it ain't flat.
If you
but you're still
if you
you're still
take
gonna
the
be called a
Earth
flat
away,
earther, though.
right?
You're
What
still gonna
what
be
do you
called a
have
flat
left?
earther, Bev.
What do you have left if you take away the Earth?
That's a good question.
If all you have is flat Earth and take away Earth, all you're left with is flat. It's just a word.
No, they still have the water because they call the
No,
water
no,
Earth.
no, no. Don't do that. You're swapping it again.
I'm not swapping it.
Yeah, you are, because we're talking about the words. Just the words. You've got flat Earth. You take away the Earth, you've got flat.
They capitalize that E. Yeah, they capitalize the E. So when they do that, they include the water. You know that. Can't deny that.
Well, when they take away the Earth, they take away the water as well, because they group them together. So you just got flat left.
You got me there.
Only
yeah,
thing
you
you've
got
got.
me there. You got me there.
And by the way, now Flatzoid is talking about surveying the land. So he's not talking about the world.
Yeah.
That's where I would disagree with Flatzoid. I'll give you that. That's where I would disagree with Flatzoid when they go in deep talking about measured. If you're going to get technical and talk about the measurements, but I think he does do. I mean, Michael did do a good job in specifying that he wasn't talking about topography. He was talking about orientation. So I'm just trying to bridge the gap a little bit, and I think they agree with you.
You can't,
in every,
Brian.
They agree with you in every
please,
fashion,
Brian,
Brian,
Brian, please do not
gonna
try and
bridge
bridge
the
the gap for people that have stole content and trying to misrepresent everything about it. Don't try and bridge a gap.
Why not? Okay, I should have picked somebody else.
Hang
probably.
on, give me a second with Brian. Brian, when the surveyor said, "Yeah, it's flat, mate," you don't think he was talking about the Earth, do you?
No, obviously what
They do. They do.
You sure?
Yes, we are sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, I stand corrected on that because he obviously wasn't talking about the fucking Earth. He was talking about the baseline, right?
He was talking about level. He was
level.
about
Yeah.
Specifically level.
Well, then, yeah, I might look back into it, but that'd definitely be laughable.
Yes, and they are misrepresenting in first place what this surveyor said. So they are dishonest about this surveyor.
Yeah, I don't stand behind that. Like he is misrepresenting Bev's entire argument and what the surveyor said in a little sly way. But the overall point, I think there's common ground to be bridged.
No, Brian. The overall point of Flatzoid, right, tonight was to point out that there's an angle. He just kept saying there's an angle. That's the only thing that anybody's ever got out of tonight, what Flatzoids has said. Go over it again. Listen to it. Listen back to it.
I heard.
There's no valid point coming from Flatzoid. He doesn't know anything about surveying. He just wants to assign flat to something that there is no flatness.
I did catch that point. And the auto levels definitely don't measure angles. I have a couple of them. Well, I have one now, but
you know that that angle is coming from Nathan Oakley because he's got a citation from Sustainable by Design that he can then generate the horizontal from an angle, and that proves that the Earth is measured flat.
So for anybody listening, okay, he just pretty much clarified what I already pretty much thought. So that's good. That's good. And you're not wrong at all. So what Bev is saying in a nutshell, but pointing out the ridiculousness of what they're saying, is that, okay, for one, the surveyor didn't say the Earth. He said level was flat, okay? And for two, we all can agree that level is flat. So when you're talking about these measurements, the baseline is flat, okay? But when you're talking about measuring the Earth, okay, quit saying that because the baseline ain't Earth, for fuck's sake. So what Bev is kind of saying is quit acting like that's what we're fucking measuring because we're not. The baseline ain't Earth, okay? But then I'd say to you, Bev, in a kind of neutral kind of way, is we do get kind of boxed in this group, and you know, we are kind of referring to the orientation. I think Brian's logic put it pretty good, but I stand behind you in what you say because you're not wrong. I'm not trying to claim you're wrong. I'm just trying to find common ground a little bit, man.
Yeah. Well,
Brian,
I'm not too sure there is a common ground because what we're dealing with here is we're dealing with reality, and the reality is that it's not measured flat. It's measured not flat. And the actual land, right, it isn't flat.
That's
Everyone can see it's not flat. So there is no common ground because flat earthers want to get rid of the bit that's not flat so that they can say it is flat. But you can't do that.
On this panel, they agreed that there is colloquial sense of flat earth and geometrical sense, and they admitted now on this stream that geometrically it is not flat. The point is that Earth is measured geometrically, not colloquially. So it is not flat.
Yeah, I can't argue that, Paper. I did.
Yes, but they are. The point is that they are. They admitted that it is geometrically not flat, but they still say that it is measured flat. It is just, for me, it is idiocy.
So they got to find a better way to word this because measure it flat, we measure it not flat.
Brian, they're flat earthers. They're crazy.
So are we, though, man.
No.
You've
took it on, right? You've took on this meaning, the same as Rob. Right, but you know it's not actually flat.
Right, I know it ain't
not flat.
Yeah,
then.
they can't jump that hurdle. They can't jump that hurdle.
They should be able to. I just made a video talking about, even for the Habersign formula, you need a flat plane for that. But that doesn't mean that the Earth, that you need a flat Earth to measure these angles. So I think if we're going to try and bridge a gap, we got to say that they got to be more careful with and quit saying shit that's wrong. quit saying that it's measured flat. I think that's all Bev is y'all keep saying it's measured flat out there. He's going to keep pointing out that it's not fucking measured flat. You know, I don't see how they could argue that simple point. But then I would ask you, Bev, to, we do get labeled flat earthers and shit, and I think they're trying to own it, and they're just kind of taking it one step too far, you know?
Well, I will point out, right, I've never been a flat earther. However, I have been called all sorts of names by all sorts of people. Even Flatzoid tries to tell people I'm a flat earther. Nathan Oakley tries to tell people that. Blue Marble tries to tell people that. Everybody keeps telling me that I'm a flat earther, but I'm not. I know for a fact the earth is not flat. But I also know for a fact that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Both of those two things happen in reality.
That is what a flat earther would say. I'm just saying, Bev.
No, a flat earther wouldn't say that, because a flat earther doesn't have the proof that level is horizontal. They can't apply that proof to the argument that the earth is not flat. They can't do that. I can.
The flat earthers would steal that. You're correct, Brian. You just misspoke. A flat earther would steal that, yes, because that's what flat earthers do.
I kind of agree. Whatever. I still love it here.
Yeah, I learn a lot here,
There's
man. I
no
love it here.
way
It's super
I'm ever going to be a flat earther, right? The earth is not flat. You guys that are flat earthers have a really weird understanding of what flat earth is. And it's that weird, you can't even explain what flat earth
It's a
is.
topic. Yes, I can. It's a topic of discussion. Thank
See, there
very
you go.
much.
You're defending it. Why are you defending something that it's not your battle, Rob?
because we've been labeled, Bev, man. We've been labeled, and we do agree with you, man. And don't forget that's the main. We do agree with you, and when you get technical, you're not wrong. But we do get labeled, and I'm sorry to say, bro, you do fall within that label, bro. And we agree with everything you say.
Why do I fall within that label?
Ask Blue, ask Brenda, ask
I
Oakley,
don't
ask
agree
Fletcher,
with that.
ask
I'm
them
not
all.
going to ask people that I know are liars. Why would I want to do that? These people have lied about me specifically. Why do I ask them anything?
If you say level is horizontal, then you agree with every flat earther on Earth.
What do you mean?
I mean, that's our main goal, is that level.
It's not an agreement with somebody. It's just we're making a statement.
It's reality. Yeah.
Well, can you
like I said, I'm
prove
not
it?
disagreeing, bro.
Can you prove it? Or are you just saying it?
Yeah. No, we can prove it.
Right. Flatzoid says he can prove it. Right now, next question. Flatzoid said yes. Does that prove that the Earth is flat?
No.
Flatzoid answered yes, it proves for him.
So you
Well,
can
that's the
both
problem.
use the same proof to prove different things. Now, why is Flatzoid any different than you when you're dealing with the same cards?
He's making a false statement, and that's what I'm trying to show.
Well, that's the statement that I'm trying to point out as well, that Flatzoid and certain people haven't got a clue what proof is. Yet they are claiming it as though it's some sort of prize. But they don't know what it is. They don't know how to show it. They haven't got the rhetoric. They haven't got the ability to know what proof is, which normally means that they don't actually have proof. They're just saying it for the sake of it.
Yeah, there's nothing I could say to defend that, Bev, man. I can't argue that because it's not wrong.
And look,
But
look, Brian, if the flat earthers, right, that don't have any proof, like you say, they say the same thing that I say. So therefore, if I come up with the proof that I have for myself, would the flat earthers then say that's the proof of flat earth that they never had? Because I say it proves the earth's not flat. So could a flat earther take that to do the opposite? A bit like Flatzoid. Use the same thing to prove something that's opposite. And is that actually how proof is done? Because that's what flat earthers are going to be doing. That's what they're already doing.
not all of them.
Well, certain people will defend other people because they say, I didn't say that. Well, we're not saying that you said it. We're saying certain people, Nathan Oakley, Flatzoid, they're the ones that we're talking about. They're the ones that are saying stupid shit. Right? I'm not saying that you said it. I'm saying that Nathan Oakley and Flatzoid, those people are pushing a false narrative of a video that's going around. And Flatzoid's proved that he's not got any sense of surveying at all. He doesn't know how to construct a proof, yet claims to everybody that he can have that proof.
This is a direct statement to Flatzoid or anybody else. Okay, the surveyor in that video is referring to level as being flat. So if that's what y'all mean, then specify that that's what y'all mean. If you think he's talking about the earth, okay, or orientation, then specify that. If we're going to ever get to the bottom of this argument, specify what the F you mean, and then we can maybe, come up with a conclusion, but don't misrepresent the video. No matter how technical you think I'm being right now, what's true is true, okay?
It's already going to happen. Nathan Oakley and Flatzoid have already got it lined up that the surveyor measures it flat. That it's coming. There's no way you can stop it. Nathan Oakley and Flatzoid are already starting this. And you can say as much as you want, you're a little player in this. Nathan Oakley and Flatzoid have got a big team of flat earthers pushing this
I wouldn't
narrative.
go that far. They don't have a team no bigger than you or me, but still, no, I think they need to see where they do agree with you, is that level. Why can't they be happy with the fact that the surveyor said the baseline is flat? The level is flat. Why is that not good enough? Why do they have to take the extra step? I don't get it.
Because they're flat earthers. They're dishonest, Brian. That's what flat earthers are. That's exactly what they're meant to be doing.
But
they meant to say stupid shit and look really dishonest about when they're doing it.
This is where I sympathize, though, is that they aren't arguing against topology. So I'm not going to just throw that out and not acknowledge it. But if they're not all arguing against topology, why make the fucking claim in the first place, man? I don't know, man.
Why did they steal the content in the first place? Because a surveyor says a word. They need a surveyor to say it. Because it doesn't matter about you saying it. What helps is the fact that it's me talking to them. Because they like to do a thanks Bev. It seems to add extra weight to these arguments. Every time. Cut Bev out, say thanks Bev for doing it, and then talk shit about everything. That's always what they do.
I will still say I like the way Brian's logic put it, man. Like it's an orientation. Like if you refer to it as an orientation, then that's not fallacious, and you're not making crazy claims, and you're living in reality.
He specifically said to Nathan Oakley that they deal with 2D. Bev deals with 3D. That's why it's different. The elevation changes make it not flat. Brian told them that. They didn't listen. They've done an entire show with Flatzoid thinking an elevation angle. The auto level measures angles. On the vertical plane. Surveying. 3D. It couldn't get worse. I'm telling you. These guys are making flat earthers look ridiculous. I can't stop it. Nathan Oakley's decided to pick me. He says it's my time. This is the opposition that Nathan Oakley wanted. It's just a pity that people like you, Brian, have to deal with it.
Yeah,
Nathan
I know.
Oakley's
It
made
does get
this.
aggravating, bro. It does get aggravating, but I'm trying to see it from both sides, and I'm going to say what they would say. Like Brenda's going to call you a flat. I know Brenda's word or blue doesn't mean shit, but still, everybody in the world,
Brenda, listen, Brian. Brenda told me that it's child abuse teaching geometry to your child. So what the fuck does that matter to anyone? The only thing that matters really is the fact that Jaren is promoting that sort of shit. That matters to me.
What's he promoting?
Brenda, Fight the Flat Earth. Brenda and Fight the Flat Earth calls you and people like me child abusers. Both of them.
Brenda's been on here too, man. Doesn't mean you're promoting her, right? Right, Bev?
Well, Jaren makes money from it. Fight the Flat Earth makes money from doing this. These people and their attitudes towards other people, they're being promoted.
You think Brenda's being promoted by you or Jaren or Fight the Flat Earth?
Brenda is Jaren's PA. Sorting out coffee with Brenda gets you on Jaren's in a debate.
Have you ever promoted Brenda?
I'm saying Jaren does.
Do you?
I don't promote Brenda. No.
What do you mean? She came on this show and debated.
Banned. Because Brenda tries to report discords to get them taken down.
Yeah, that's crazy shit there.
Brenda doesn't do that with Jaren. Brenda's friendly with Jaren. There's a difference that needs pointing out to everyone.
You really think Jaren, you think he's backstage with Brenda and agrees with her or something?
Absolutely. He allows it to go on.
Bev, you seriously think that, dude?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, I'm going to back out for a minute.
Certain deals you have to do within this arena in order to get promoted. Those deals are getting done.
Bro, I go on every channel, dude. I went on Jen's. I've been on Nathan Oakley's, QE's, yours. That don't mean y'all are promoting me, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
it also doesn't mean you're right. Doesn't mean you're right either.
That's right, Brian. That means we're not promoting Brenda either.
Yeah, but Jaren can't stand Brenda, dude. That's funny, bro. That's fucking hilarious.
Can't stand her, but brings her on his show all the time.
And he boots her every time she comes. He's stuck with her as long as he can, you know? She's been on this show, bro. What the fuck? I mean, she goes to Earth Awakening. She goes to MMM. She was on Oakley's, yesterday or the day before? One of these days recently. As long as he could put up with her before he kicked her. I mean, bro, that doesn't mean he's promoting, bro. I got to draw a line somewhere, for fuck's sake. Come on, man. Just tear apart everybody in the community. Well, let's point out what's wrong. We don't got to tear them apart. You know.
Well, nobody ever bothers pointing out that Brenda does actually call them child abusers, right? Nobody bothers pointing that out.
Sorry, Brian. Sorry, Brian, if we're hurting your feelings about Brenda and everybody. Sorry, dude.
Brenda's a knob. Let me man. She's definitely a knob.
We're hoping to get Jesse back. Grow a beard. Come on back, Jesse.
Ace.
They're in need of surveyors. No, but they've got arguments, right? They're shit arguments. We can't get to them. We can't expose their shit arguments. Why is that? Because they're all doing deals together to silence us. Why do you think nobody wants to come and talk to us? Why do you think they shut us down all the time?
Somebody's definitely silencing us. I'll give you that.
FPV Angel says Rachel's got some globe proofs. The only person with any proof is us. And we do have dogmatic globe proof.
Has anybody ever switched from globe, like flat Earth to globe, like without becoming belligerent? Like, does it just come with the territory? And they just become obnoxious?
Which one do you want us to prove? Give me a false dichotomy. I can prove whatever you fucking want. It's the way logic works. If I can fool you into a false dichotomy,
okay, here's
I can
a dichotomy.
Prove whatever you want.
The Earth is either horizontal level or the Earth is a globe.
No,
Go.
This is just false dichotomy.
Okay.
Easy. Which one of us do you want us to prove? Because all you've got to do is set up a false dichotomy and disprove the other one. That's how easy it is.
And this is false statement because Earth is not level. Because it is mountains, valleys.
Okay, yeah. You're right.
So
let me reword it. Okay, if either level is horizontal or the Earth is a globe. That's a good one. A good false dichotomy,
That's a
right?
non sequitur.
Yes, non sequitur. Because if you disprove one, it does not mean that you prove the other side. Because in true dichotomy, if you disprove one thing, you are proving other. This is true dichotomy. But in false dichotomy, disproving one thing does not mean that you are proving other. That's why it's false dichotomy. Because you can have different or third option, or fourth option, or five options. It doesn't matter.
Third option, okay. So first option, level is horizontal, or Earth's a globe. What would be the third option?
No, Earth. I would say better to use word. That world is a spherical object, for example, to be specific. And you can say that on the Earth or in our world, the level is horizontal. It's simple. You don't need to say that Earth is level because it doesn't make any sense. Because we establish level on above the surface. So
anybody out there? Go ahead, Paper. I'm sorry. I thought you were doing.
I can say that in our world, level is horizontal. Just it.
I'd be pissed if I was Bev too, though, man. Like when I say horizontal, I get called a flat earther. Like he came in literally and got called a child abuser by like FTFE and Brenda and them, and that is bullshit, man. That's some fucked up shit, dude. I get, excuse my language, I'm very sorry, but I mean, like that's when the only time I've ever banned anybody for my channel or videos is when they start talking about my children, man. That's just like off limits, you know. That's where I draw the line, and that was your introduction to the topic, bro. So I feel you on that, man. That is some that's green.
Well, still wasn't a flat earther then, and it didn't make me a flat earther.
Yeah,
there is a lot of people out there that hold this view, right? My dad, for one. Right? He's not a flat earther, but he also knows that level is horizontal.
Everybody knows level is horizontal.
And they also are not flat earthers. Do you think you have to convince everybody that does know that level is horizontal that they are flat earthers?
But I could say, Bev, if I'm going to be fair, I could also say that everybody knows that flat earthers. You know, I could also be fair if I'm going to be 100% fair. Everybody knows that flat earthers. Everybody knows that, if I'm going to be fair, everybody knows that flat earthers agree there is topology.
Yeah, and I would say that everybody around here knows that flat earthers are vindictive little bitches. I mean, not all, not all. Certain ones, right? They're full on, like, because, you know, you get the same globe guys as well, right? It works for the same for the globe, right? There's some people who, you know, they're not really fussed about the globe, but there's other ones that, like Blue Marble Science, that are, you know, avid supporters of the dogmatic globe model. So anybody normally that's got an invested within their name, right? Like you've got FE tests. So you've got it in your name. So therefore, you know, you have to push it. Right? It's in your name. Nathan Oakley's got flat earth debate. He's literally got flat earth. You'd be suspicious of Nathan Oakley because he's got a flat earth society name. You know, like flat earth dogma, flat earth pilot, flat earth data. How many other flat earth ones do you know of? Flat earth math? Right? Anybody with flat earth in their name have a vested interest in the narrative of flat earth. Nathan Oakley has it. He can't get away. Flatzoid. He's got flat in his name.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, man. It's just that the subject's been given, man, is what they would argue, you know.
You've been given, not the subject, you. And you've probably been around and generated half of the bullshit that people are talking right now. You've got a vested interest in the arguments.
Well, I'm always open ears to being corrected, you know. So if I've generated any bullshit, then you know, let me know.
Within the narrative of the whole thing. I mean, you've been involved in the conversations.
No, I just made a video that said, you know, have her sign for plane. That don't mean that it requires a flat earth. I never made that claim. I'm trying to be specific. I'm trying to move forward. You know,
Brian, stop saying flat plane then.
Horizontal plane. What's wrong with the word flat, Rob?
I just mean in reference to plane. You show me a plane that is not flat.
Yeah, so just a plane. I see what you're saying.
Just say plane.
All right, I'm with you.
Yeah, it does make you sound like a flat earther.
Like saying a hot fire. Yeah, well, I mean, I own it because when I claim, they call me a flat earther. Okay, if that makes me a flat earther, okay, it doesn't according to you, Bev, but according to everybody else in the world, okay, anybody you ask, okay, if we're talking about what everybody says, if I claim level is horizontal, then they call me flat earther. So fuck it, you know, I own it, but I won't start making crazy claims.
Brian, do you know why they call you flat earther? With level is horizontal.
Because in their world, level is curved.
Because I came into it saying that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Yeah. Yeah, because you brought the argument down to earth. I'll definitely give you that.
So it wasn't an argument before, and it still isn't an argument now. It's just that a group of people got triggered about it, and they said it can't be.
I watched them fumble, trying to argue against you. I watched them. A lot of them stomp on their tongues and make fools of themselves, and I got some good laughs.
It's become official narrative now.
But still, that level is horizontal, people knew for at least few hundred years, or maybe even more, for thousands of years.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody called them flat earthers. So it is not that whole world is naming Bev flat earther because he says that level is horizontal. No, it started from flat earthers.
Yeah, it's a tiny little group of people, Brian, that say that. You know,
yeah.
The rest of the world don't call you a flat earther for knowing that level is horizontal. They don't. Only the ones that are triggered about it do.
I got to retract that statement. When I said the whole world, I got to take that back because I can't simultaneously say the whole world thinks level's horizontal and thinks I'm a flat earther for saying level's horizontal. So yeah, I'll take that back. You're right. I'm wrong.
It's only the flat earthers that are tying it to flat earth. And then they're telling the globers. And the globers get triggered. And they say it can't be. And then they start calling people child abusers. Because they're nasty, vindictive people. So really, the problem was that I happened to tell a globe guy that level was horizontal. I said, the horizon can't rise. Just can't. It's horizontal. Right? Level and horizontal don't rise. There's no slope to it. How can it rise to eye level? So I said it to a flat earther. And Fight the Flat Earth got pissed off that I was saying that to a flat earther. He said, you're a flat earther. And I said, how can I be a flat earther? He said, well, you think the horizon rises to eye level. And I said, I don't. It can't. Levels don't do that.
Yeah, train tracks don't merge either, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I'd tell Fight the Flat Earth that. But okay, let me try and come from a devil's advocate.
Wait a minute. No, so because Fight the Flat Earth calls me a flat earther, right? And I say, I'm not a flat earther. I'm just living in reality. And then I come in here and Nathan Oakley and Flatzoid and you call me a flat earther as well. How are you any different than the Globers?
Sir, I speak for myself. I own it. I'm saying they flat earthers. I'm not calling you a flat earther because you are adamantly against being called a flat earther. I'm not about to call you a flat earther because that's why we're having this discussion in the first place, because everybody's calling you flat earther. But and technically you're not wrong. But I'll speak for myself and say it's just a topic, and I just own it for the sake of debate. But I try and stop from making crazy claims like about the measurements and shit like that. You know, I'm trying to learn
when do you think it started then in the history of it? Right, you're one of the guys that calls yourself a flat earther. How far in the history do you think it goes back? You know, your roots of your movement.
Well, when I first heard about flat Earth, I got my brain just kind of scrambled like a Jeopardy board with thoughts, but I wasn't thinking about topology and shit. I'll be honest, I wasn't thinking about exact measurements of Earth, and I never would have claimed. On the same token, I never would have claimed that we measure the Earth as flat. So I could go both ways with that, but I don't know, man. It's kind of a blur because it kind of scrambled my brain just even hearing that people believe that at the time.
People believe what?
That people even believe that level's horizontal, we'll say.
What? I thought
like thinking of that on a grand scale.
Like when did you?
Thinking of that on a grand scale, though,
Yeah, but when did you start your surveying? Like, surely you knew that level was horizontal. Like, when did you get into the flat Earth, and when did you make the realization that it was about level being horizontal? Because I mean, I still don't think it is. I don't associate level being horizontal with flat Earth. I know a lot of people do, but you don't seem to think that level being horizontal is a way for measuring elevation changes that prove it's not flat.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, bro. I'm with you on that. But there is a fuzzy line between everything I've measured, on job sites, and I've done a couple of big projects,
It's not about that, Brian. It's about contradictions.
There is a fuzzy line of where your brain starts thinking. Like locally, I know what we measure, and even up to like pretty decent distances, like almost a mile. I know how I've calculated slope and shit like that. But then when you start thinking everything on a grand scale, it gets blurry. Like what's local. It's a fuzzy question, bro.
This is the only question that I think you really need to deal with is. Do you hold contradictions?
I'm working on not, but what is it okay to label myself, or if I'm gonna stand up against being called a flat earther, okay, then
Brian, call yourself Brian, like they tell me to just be Rob Keith.
That's funny.
Seriously?
No, I'm not calling myself Brian.
He's being serious. The team that you're trying to support,
that's what's funny about
Brian,
it, bro.
The team that you're trying to support is full of shits. They're literally telling people that they should abuse the copyright system on YouTube. That's
don't come
the
anywhere
group
near
of people
bed,
that you've got.
Is it okay to call? And yeah, Rob said that what he said is true. That's what kind of made it funny, dude. It was spot on. But so is it okay to call the topic or the debate the flat Earth debate, and say
There's
that
no
level's
debate.
horizontal?
Everybody admits there's no debate. That's a lie too.
But not say we measure, that the Earth's measured flat because
really what flat earthers are best off doing is staying well clear of logic, geometry, and surveying. Just forget about it. Go back to Coriolis. Do that sort of shit. Gas pressure. Talk about the moon. Just do that. Leave reality to the people that live in reality. They don't need to get involved with any of this shit.
Yeah, but what do I call the debate?
Not a debate. Bickering.
Well, there's obviously a debate. Well, bickering. What do I call the bickering? Because there's do you agree that when somebody says flat Earth?
Hey, Brian, this could be an ultimate test for you to think for yourself. You should think of a clever name. How about that?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to think out loud, to see if anybody's got any topics. Because as far as a generalization, I think it fits the name, As far as making specific claims, I'll stand behind you on that. When people try to make specific claims, okay. But as far as the flat Earth community, they don't disagree with you, Bev. There's a few of them who say
nobody can disagree because our arguments are rock solid. They come from reality. You can't disagree with them. The ones that state the Earth is not flat too. You have to go with it.
I think a minority, though.
You can't say, we like all of them, apart from that one there that says the Earth's not flat.
You're not the minority, Bev. I think it's the few people who are claiming that it's measured flat is the minority. I don't think a lot of quote unquote flat earthers are claiming that. I think that would be the minority. I don't think Jerem would agree with that. I don't think that most people, I've heard a few people say that. That's it.
I think it'd hurt Jerem's say globe friends for him to entertain it. So, it'd hurt both sides of the false dichotomy for Jeren. So I'd say that's why Jeren doesn't want to entertain it. We know Brenda knows it's a false dichotomy.
Whoa. What'd you just say? You just said that if Jeren claimed that it would hurt his globe friends' feelings?
Yeah.
When you claim that, does it hurt your globe friends' feelings?
Okay, well, let's set it up, Brian, right? False dichotomy. You get a glober, you be the flat earther, I'll be the false dichotomy guy. 3-way. You two have to fight for your dichotomy. You have to say why your arguments support each other. It's either globe or it's flat. I will come with the arguments to say neither. Both of these two are false. I'll do that. How about that? At Jeren, it'll be the first ever false dichotomy debate where, like, you and some globe person will have to team up to show that you do have a true dichotomy. How about that?
That's genius, Bev. I'm with that. I want to see that.
Should we set it up, Brian? Well, let's see who it got. You can
Bev
do
would
flat.
anger both of them.
I would do that for the fun of it, but I don't disagree with anything you say. I think Rob does either. We don't.
Nobody will.
You say. We don't being called flat. Just what the hell they've called us, but we agree with
hang
you.
on, Brian.
You've
No.
called yourself
I don't know
that.
if you've been around here lately. I've been having a hard time calling myself a flat earther.
Yeah, I don't really
Real
call. I
hard
just
time.
own it. I own
Yeah,
because
yeah.
that's you know. But I agree with
People on our
everything.
side
Bev
are
says.
turning into shitheads.
Rob, would you agree that every flat earther agrees with Bev, except for the few
No.
that make?
Because I try not to use the word every for anything.
Yeah, it's a bad word. I'm with you on that. Well, most, okay. Would you agree that most, Bev, and flat earthers do not necessarily, have a contrary point of view? It's just the few that make these crazy specific claims about measurements that are on the outskirts, in my opinion.
Yeah, measurements we haven't seen drives me fucking nuts.
But Bev is always going to be labeled a flat earther from blue marble scientists, from any globers or anti-flat earthers. Bev is put right in the same category as so I guarantee you they're sitting back chuckling, listening to Flatzoid and Bev argue and watching Michael steal his content and all this turmoil. They're sitting back and they're getting a big laugh. I guarantee you Jerem would point that out, that Globers are chuckling their ass off at that. So I just try and settle shit down on every side, man. I try and take a piece of everybody's point of view and bring it back down.
Copyright infringements are funny, aren't they? On YouTube as well, live.
Yeah, some of them would try and get your whole channel shut down, like Brenda. Trust me, it's very humorous to them watching infighting.
So why are they not doing that to Flatzoid and Nathan Oakley and Michael Kahn? Like, why are they allowed to get away with doing it? Yet they would normally, you would normally think that they're not friendly, wouldn't you?
Yeah, Brenda would shut Nathan Oakley's channel down in a heartbeat if she could. In a heartbeat. And she'd shut yours down too in a heartbeat. And she'd shut Jaren's down in a heartbeat. I guarantee you that. It would make her day. She'd have an evil little chuckly grin on her face if she could shut all y'all's channels down.
That's why Brenda doesn't come here. That's why we don't want Brenda here. Because Brenda has tried to do that to Discord. Tried to do anything he can to just shut the stuff down because it doesn't want conversation. Yet, Jeren facilitates it. Really weird.
I think Brenda's great. Brenda's great for Flat Earth. That's one of the things, like watching.
Society, yes.
But,
the whole thing,
she's
Brian.
freaking.
The whole thing
She's
is
ridiculous,
Flat Earth society.
She makes ridiculous claims, though, dude. And watching her debate is good for your side of the argument. If you're arguing for Flat Earth, like, she makes the globe look so stupid the way she argues. She sticks with one claim and won't answer questions and shit. It's like, so like that's one of the things listening to Rumpus and Brenda that made me consider Flat Earth. I was like, listen to these dumbasses try and defend the globe. Like, That's what made me consider it in the first place. Is kind of what put me off the fence. Is watching the people who defend the globe was ridiculous.
Rachel's done spherical rectangles. Is that 3, 4, or 5-sided?
All right, man, but I just lately she's just been a little like all of a sudden, like she's seen the light, and all of a sudden everybody else is stupid. Like it's, I don't know. I think that comes with that
It's scripted.
arrogance.
No, it's scripted. Ranty did the same thing.
Yeah, like Ranty, and I guess I'm gonna have to go through and. Like Ranty said, what else could explain this? I literally just had to go back in his own catalog and find him. He's asking nothing. He's saying nothing could explain this, except you've already fucking explained it, you dumbass. Like that's, you know, I feel like that might have been for money, but it's funny listening to people. You know, you got to be careful if you're gonna do a 180 swap like that. And the way he did it was ridiculous. Like. I could make a debate, Ranty against Ranty. I literally did that in a video.
Brian, it's a false dichotomy. There is no switching. They're the same as they were before. You must have known that with Ranty.
I disagree, man. Yeah,
Rachel's no different. No
so you think
different at all.
You think Raichi wasn't persuaded by Fight the Flat Earth?
Came in with Sleeping Warrior, strangely enough. Or deals get done all of the time. Yes.
Do you think Raichi was always a glober?
Yeah,
you don't think Raichi was ever a Flat Earther?
Everybody that Sleeping Warriors brought into this has been a glober. Ranty, Cats, Raichi. Yeah. Yeah. The narrative within this place, all you've got to do is open your eyes. Sit back and watch.
Teams.
Yeah. This is one of the weirdest places you've ever been. There's so much false narratives going around here. It's surprising anybody knows what's going on. At all. Boris says she did the same as Ranty with the same people. Boom. Almost as if it's entirely scripted. They all follow the same script. And because it's a circular argument, things just go round and round and round. You think this is going to be any different? I mean, 5 years we've been at this. The guys that you're going to start talking to very soon about this level being horizontal, they've already done it for 5 years. We've been kept in a little bit, Brian, going over this.
Do you think Ranty was ever a Flat Earther, though?
No. No, it was entirely... he came in as a troll. He was
Raichi ever a Flat Earther?
I haven't got a clue. I wouldn't say so. I don't know. I don't think anybody's a Flat Earther. I think it's all false dichotomy. The whole thing is set up.
What's an Earther? Yeah, what's an Earther?
No, I think Raichi, not a perfectly flat. I'm saying, but I think she considered herself a Flat Earther. I thought she did anyway.
What is a Flat Earther?
A Flat Earther, what we're being called, is somebody who argues that level is horizontal.
No, it's not. Nobody argues that level is horizontal. That's us. We're the only ones with that argument. Nobody else has that argument.
That's what they call us Flat Earthers. The people we're debating against. So I'm not trying to sidetrack. I'm saying that Do you think Rachie believed the level was horizontal before?
No, I've never talked to Rachie.
Well, she doesn't now,
Never.
Bev. So she doesn't now.
She hasn't
doesn't
got a
think
clue.
levels horizontal
Brian,
now. But
there's no difference. Rachie hasn't got a clue. She hasn't ever considered it.
Is she in chat by any chance?
No, I think she's gone
I know
to
she
bed.
could.
She went off to bed.
She's done a
late.
video. There's a video there. If you want to watch it, watch that video. See what Rachie thinks. But she doesn't know anything. Never has.
That's fair. That's fair. Here's what I think, and I'm going to check into it because I could be wrong, but and I don't want to misrepresent her or anybody else. I think that a few months ago.
Well, then stop right there. Why are you going to do it then?
Well, so somebody can correct me.
Why are you taking it upon yourself to do it? You're going to like, oh, I don't mean to do it, but I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway.
No, I'm trying to learn.
Why are you doing it?
I'm trying to learn. I'm telling you what I think. So if I'm wrong, I want to be corrected.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to speculate. It doesn't sound like you're trying to learn. It sounds like you're trying to speculate.
I'm literally trying to learn from people because a lot of people might know a lot more about it than me.
2024.
Bro, you got something personal against me or something? I don't get it.
We're trying to progress, Brian. We are trying to progress.
Me too.
But we can't take flat earthers with us. Where we're going, it's not flat.
It doesn't matter, bro. Levels horizontalers. You call us what you will. We're being labeled. So are you, bud. No, you don't like it, but you're being labeled. I know you hate it, and so do I.
Brian,
so do I, bro.
Brian, you can't label somebody who has a
Brian, do you have a personal problem with this? Why are you labeling us?
Not at all, bro. I'm fucking.
Well, it sounds like you're the one that's coming in with a personal problem. You're the one that's going around waving names and speculations around. So it sounds like.
Why are you singling me out,
quit
bro?
trying to turn it around and address what I'm saying.
Why are you singling me out, bro? What if I disagree with
Because you're the only one acting an ass right now.
No, okay. Brian. What did I disagree with Bev on? Sorry, you think I'm being an ass?
We're not talking about disagree. Why are you changing the subject?
You're singling me out, dog. What did I disagree with Bev on?
Brian, one more time, because I only speak English. It's the only language I speak. Because you're acting an ass right now. That's why I'm singling you out. Do you understand what I just said to you?
Okay, what am I doing to act like an ass? So I quit acting like an ass because I don't want to act like an ass. So please tell me what I'm doing so I can stop.
You keep coming in and saying, well, you're just going to be a flat earther then. You keep coming in with this dumb shit.
No, I said they call him a flat earther,
Oh, my God. All right. Yep.
Bro, now you're fucking lying, bro. I said they call him a flat earther.
Brian, step away from
Dude, I'm not going to be lied right to my own face, Bev. Come on, you should
just turn down the flat earth Hulkamania. Turn down the Hulkamania a bit.
Bro, defend me, Bev. He's saying that I called you a flat earther.
You did. You keep fucking labeling me.
I said you are being labeled a flat earther just like
us. You're doing it just then. You just did it. That's what he's saying. You are doing it. At the minute, the only person that's labeling anybody here is you. But you're doing it by proxy, by you're saying that other people say it. Well, at the minute, Brian, I have to tell you, you are the one that's saying it.
So I'm out of the club just for pointing out facts?
No.
Brian, newsflash. There's no club. Show up on your own, bro.
Bro, I'm not going to be lied on, dude. I'm not calling you a flat earther. You don't like being called a flat earther. I'm just telling you that we have the same beliefs. Is that okay?
How do you know what beliefs I have?
Donald, man.
That's a knowing. I know it. I have a proof of it.
I agree with it.
Well, you agree with my proof. Do you actually have a
100%.
Proof of your own?
Or
do you just agree with my proof? Do you know what my proof is?
Yeah, a straight line it's extendable, basically, in a nutshell. We can extend a horizontal plane. We can extend straight lines indefinitely. And I agree with that, man. I'm not disagreeing with any of the claims you even make. Like, I do defend
Brian,
you.
That's not the way you come with us. I'm sorry.
Well, help me.
Maybe I can help you. I step in here, because once I just was searching YouTube and for some, let's say, interesting content, and I just saw the stream with it was with Raven. This one was about logic. That's why I stepped in. If it was about flat Earth, probably I wouldn't step in, because really I don't give a shit about model, but I give a shit about logic. This is my point of interest.
I credit you with that too, man. You are one of the most down to earth people around. I like hearing what you have to say, Paper.
So for me, it is not relevant if people are talking about model, but relevant for me is only if they can prove something or they can back up something with proper inference. So I am into grammar and logic. I'm not good, and I think I will be not good in rhetoric, because I don't speak English fluently enough to be a good rhetorician in English.
You speak pretty good English, man. You do good.
100%, 100% Paper. You would do way better than Flatzoid could ever imagine doing. So don't
But
put
I
yourself
try to
down
be
like that.
careful, y'all, man. And I apologize, man, if I'm but I do consider myself part of this team, you know, as far as like the same beliefs
Don't sell
and the
yourself short,
same
Paper.
proofs and stuff. And I try to learn everything, but I do also listen to the bullshit being slung this way. And I try to see from everybody's point of view. I try to be careful. And if I did call you a flat earther or something, I apologize, man. I consider myself with the same beliefs as you. I just haven't really put my foot down on the label. Is all I was trying to say, man.
Brian, it's about not beliefs. That's why I told you about how I stepped in here, because it was not about beliefs, but it was about logic and proofs. If you have proofs, you don't need to believe. And in science, supposedly, we don't need to believe. We can have proofs in science.
There is something on the table, though. So here's the argument on the table for me, then. So like, if we're gonna talk about, if I want to get right down to the nitty gritty point, and this has nothing to do with anybody personally, this is like the argument on the table. So what they told me, George Numchucks told me that when I surveyed down the coast, down a body of water, I'm stretching it. Let's say a mile and a half. I didn't go that far, but I did go a long way. Okay, and I was getting no change in level with the water in reference to itself. And what he told me was that I was changing angle each time. Each time I set up my instrument, that I was slightly changing angle, and that's how he justified the level being curved. And that's the part that I had the main problem with, and that's kind of what got me labeled to begin with. And that's where this all started for me. So he would say this, that if I shot 100 meters and it was 1 millimeter of curvature, that I can't just add 1 millimeter, 1 millimeter, 1 millimeter, and keep doing that to a mile, because it'll only equal less than an inch. He's saying that I'm changing angle. So he would say that from that one position, I've got to do the measurements. And that's where Jesse Kozlowski comes in, saying that the level is measurable. And that's where I disagree whole fucking heartedly with that's not what we measure in reality, but that's their stance. And that's where this whole journey began for me.
Okay, but if George Hnatuk was talking about this changing angle, if you are into logic, you can spot that he is begging the question fallacy. Because if he's saying so, he's already assuming that you are changing angle. So the question is how he can check that you are changing angle. And of course, you cannot. The whole thing is that globers, they cannot prove that you are changing angle while moving on the surface of the Earth, or the level is changing angle. They cannot prove this. They assume that. And that is begging the question. And in discussion, you should, if you want to debate, for example, you need to point it out that they are begging the question. And of course, people like Brenda will say, no, I am not begging the question. Or in 2024, Brenda will say, I am okay with begging the question, because we are now progressing, you know, with narrative. So begging the question was not allowed till now, but now it is okay. So it is more difficult to argue with globers, for example, because what wasn't allowed till now it is allowed. Brenda said, for example, in this Geranism debatism, that in science you can have infinite progression. So Brenda justifies it, and this is obvious logical fallacy. And it is proven why you cannot make infinite progression. But now it is okay.
Yeah,
So
well, a diletheist already, Brenda, and once you explode your logical system, you can literally make anything happen. That's why Brenda's like Brenda is. It's allowed within this arena. You have to allow it nowadays. That's why you can't come with us, Brian. You're a flat earther. We're not. There is a difference. The not flat earther is much different than the flat earther.
Well, I agree that I would make the claim, you can call me what you want. You know, I can get mad if you call me a flat earther also. But here's the reality of it, is I stand firm with the tests you've done, and I stand firm that I can't extend a straight line out as far as I, can or want to. And that's where the common ground is. And maybe I need to step back and go over the logic more. But
well, the stuff that we've got, right, they're proofs within reality. They don't prove a flat earth. So please don't start getting our proofs and then saying that they prove a flat earth, because they don't. They haven't been made to prove a flat earth. They're just arguments from reality to prove the statement that we make.
That's why I'm trying to be careful. That's why I got a little flew off my rocker a little. Sorry for that, especially to who I was yelling, man. No reason for that, dude. I apologize, man. I genuinely fucking apologize. I was trying to be more careful and say like level is horizontal and stuff, because that would be more accurate, and maybe I'd leave the flat Earth bit of it out of my statements or claims, But I was trying to be to the point and to reality. So I do apologize for that, man.
Just be true to yourself, Brian. Like don't be giving up your identity just because, like there are proofs within reality.
Yeah, but I wasn't trying to upset anybody, man. Like that's why I'm apologizing.
Nobody's getting upset. We've had to deal with all sorts of shit.
I definitely said some wrong shit on accident, man, and that wasn't my goal. I promise to God, I wasn't trying to upset people.
No, we are not upset. We are just trying to explain what, and I explained how
You're gonna have to do better than that to upset me, Brian.
got into that.
I still love you, Brian.
Yeah,
Thank you, guys, man.
We have no problem with you as flat earther. Don't worry.
Yeah.
But we are just doing proofs and logic. So because we are into science, let's say, but in old-fashioned way.
Man
not
should be
modern
ingrained
science.
in us, right? Paper, like this logic should be. People should know not to make statements that are ridiculous, and just go with it. Like, well, everybody says it. Like, I agree with y'all. People are doing. I agree with Bev mainly. Like, people are making claims that are ridiculous if you just look at the logic of it. But man, we weren't taught this logic, man. It really is a process. I wonder at what point did they stop teaching people how to think? It's hard to get grounded nowadays, and everybody's down their own path, man. It's hard to unify people's thoughts, man. It's hard. I don't know how to even explain it, but logical. I'm faltering and shit.
We should probably stop worrying when they took it away and just focus on the lack of it, and then let's start using more of it.
Yeah,
You know what I
just
mean?
how to get it back.
Yeah.
It's no good living
There's
in the past.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why your rearview mirror is smaller than your windshield, right, Brian?
Good, and shout out to Raven too, man. I do need to go back, man, and watch that. It's
We're
good.
going to be doing it again. We just have to get rid of the flat Earth shit, like, because at the minute we've got flat earthers that are calling us flat earthers, right? But they're shitting all over us, and they're not shitting all over us. They're shitting all over everyone. Like, this particular group of flat earthers are the ones that want to cause division. They want to cause trouble between flat earthers. We're not even flat earthers. They want to cause trouble between everyone. They want to make themselves the big fucking guys.
Let's say, for the sake of fairness, if there is a solution, like, and I just want to, hear what you have to say on it. If there is I think I have my own answer to this, really. If there is a solution, just in case they're not trying to cause division, which you might be right, they might be, but just in case they're not, what can they do to not kumbaya, but to ground? I mean, to basically in reality be more logical, ground themselves in reality, stop making themselves look like dumbasses. What can they do, and without changing all their beliefs? Just in case they're not doing it on purpose. So, in all fairness, what can they do as far as claims go, and or
stop
claims?
some of their arguments and some of the problems and the flaws. Just like actually listen to people and address some of the flaws that they've got. Because every time they've tried to make an argument recently over the last 4 or 5 years, they've failed hard. And I'm talking about the flat earth debate guys. All of them. And Nathan Oakley at the minute, he's got something for us, and I don't know why. Right, him and Flatzoid, they're teaming up together. Nathan's trying to get as many people as he can. He's even said that you've been part of this team of the people that have said the stupid shit that we've said about the angle. He can't get it. He thinks you've denounced the angle and left us here because, that's what he's telling everyone.
Well, if I don't do that, then I'm arguing against logic. Like, if I try to make the claim that I could do something with just an angle, then I'm full of shit. I mean, I could look at it any way, any kind of other way. Like, well, I can name it a latitude or something. And mathematically, if all I have is an angle, then that's all I have. And so if he wants to call me part of this team, then great, because that's the right answer, And so what we got to do is get him to quit saying that you could do. Quit getting what we got to do if they're genuine is get them to quit saying that you could do all kinds of shit with just an angle, or quit putting words in my mouth saying I mean anything other than that. And so that's why I'm saying, in case they are genuine, I want to put that out there so they quit doing it to you, me, or whoever else, man.
They won't know. It's part of their narrative. That's what they have to go with. That's what we have to deal with. And that's why we are not going to be able to go with the flat earthers, because the flat earthers have got a vendetta against us.
Well, if they heard my story, just that little short story about George Gnacek, then they'll realize that all my I was questioned right off the bat about a damn angle. It all started with them telling me about an angle, so they should take that into consideration. Like, that's where all this bullshit starts to begin with, is them and their freaking angles.
Well, it's good to see that you've seen the angle trick, that people try and confuse people within a geometric system. It just so happens that Nathan Oakley's used the same trick. He doesn't want to be exposed as using that trick, because it's the same as Alberuni. That's, these angle tricks are done by people, magicians you call them, of the day. And it's usually around this mathematical understanding, how to confuse people, trick people. Nathan Oakley's performing it right now, modern day. He's got Flatzoid in on it. Ruhif's in on it. It's been going on for years. We've been watching it develop. They've been learning these angles and this new argument technique that we've been watching the sophists.
Yes, spot sophistry. So, and we are training this spotting sophistry, where what the word is redundant in sentence. For example, it started with this flat, adding flat everywhere. Why they are doing that? Because now they are saying that they are measuring something flat. So in order to that, for years they were adding this word flat to everything. Flat horizontal, flat level, flat earth, whatever flat it is. Flat mountains, Alberuni measured mountain flat, etc. They were adding this word flat for years to accommodate people with that word, that it is okay to add this word everywhere. And they created pleonasm. And now they are using this pleonasm as a thing.
Paper, let me ask you a genuine question. And I'm saying that because it might come up, like I don't mean any sarcasm. If I'm going to speak plainly, if I call, is it even accurate? Can I call a baseline to an angle? Can a line be described as flat, or is that not accurate? It's a genuine question.
It is not about accuracy. It is about redundancy. This is like, for example, Brian Leakey is married very much. If you are married, can you say that you are married very much? Or less married? Or, for example, your wife can be less pregnant or more pregnant?
Or describe, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Extremely pregnant.
Hot fire. Like hot fire. We know fire's hot. It goes without saying, is what you mean.
No,
fair enough.
About fire, it is because you can have hotter fire and less hot fire. So, but it is flat plane is already flat. So you cannot have not flat planes.
An angle, Brian, is just an angle. You don't need to say straight line angle, because it's already implied within angle.
Yeah, because it is inclination of two straight lines.
So flat.
They think though, but Bev, they think that an angle can only be measured from a 0 degree. Like, what in the fuck? Excuse my language again. What are they thinking? Like, am I wrong, or do they think that an angle?
You'll have to ask them. It's something
a 0
to
degree
do with
baseline.
flat Earth. I haven't got a clue. It doesn't make any sense, and it never has.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm missing something, though, man. It's so obvious. Like, I can hold my arms out like an alligator, like at any angle. It doesn't have to be the ground. I don't have to refer to a 0 baseline. It's like the angle goes around the circle. I don't know. What am I missing, man?
Well, probably or possibly, right? It's nonsense. So you could be missing it forever because there's no sense to be made from it. But The only way that you can actually achieve any sort of result is to ask them. Yet, whenever you do, you can't talk to them. They won't answer. They'll attack you. They'll just have a go at you for asking them the question for what the fuck they're talking about. They'll aggressively do that too. That's flat Earth. That's the outward appearance of flat Earth at the minute.
That's what I hate, the aggressiveness about it. Is I want to ask this, like, I think I asked Nathan, and I'm not trying to say anything about a globe or claim a globe for sure. But like I asked him, can we measure angle from even like a circle, like from one point on a circle? And I sound like I'm arguing for a globe or something, but I think his answer was no, you can't measure an angle from a point on a circle. And I think he would start thinking about the Earth and start talking about the ground and all this shit. It's hard to even move forward because he's so freaking aggressive. Like it's impossible to even try and find common ground with that man.
Yeah, I would agree. But there's not many people that are willing to try to have that conversation because he makes examples of people. And then he publicly shames them. Well, attempts to shame them. And so that's so everybody else can see it within the flat Earth narrative. It's becoming acceptable. It's just the same, this, as how Fight the Flat Earth got to the position where he could beat his neighbour up and get paid for it, make money out of it. Nathan Oakley is on the same road as that. He's getting paid for being aggressive and being the character that he is, because I'm guessing that's the sort of thing that the official narrative they want to portray flat earthers as.
Well, for the audience, Bev, because believe me, it's not as clear cut as you think, but people, like, I don't know why or what they thought. A flat plane, an indefinite flat plane.
Pleonasm.
What?
That's a pleonasm. You're a flat earther.
It's a point, right? Mean sea level is a point, right?
Yes, it is average on vertical datum, yeah.
Yes.
So I can create a fictitious, an imaginary plane, and I can gauge elevations from that point and then move to a different point. But it seems like they're describing mean sea level is like this giant datum, like a giant flat plane, unless I'm missing something. But
yes,
I heard
they are
shut you down.
They are explicitly equivocating this average point, this mean sea level, with level, because it has the same name, level. But this name level, mean sea level, it's just elevation on vertical datum. This is just average.
That's what the surveyor was saying when he said it goes up and down. That's the level that he was talking about, the one that goes up and down on the vertical datum.
Yeah.
So if they're listening, if you happen to be listening, it's to Nathan or any of them, so quit saying mean sea level is a flat plane. Okay, because I understand what you are the point you're trying to get to, but just quit making that claim.
Yeah.
It's a point.
Listen, Brian.
It's a reference.
They won't listen to you.
Yes,
at least not through this channel here, because they don't watch this. They're not interested.
Bev had this conversation with Nathan Oakley. It went badly because, of course, they cannot concede that this is point, and it's just nonsensical discussion. You cannot turn point into plane or line because it is just point, and this point is moving on vertical datum, not on horizontal datum. So this point has nothing to do with orientation. because points has no orientation, but datum on which this point is has orientation, and this orientation is vertical, not horizontal. And they want this point to be horizontal, and it isn't. So they cannot produce any valid or viable argument from that. Complete nonsense.
Man, I felt like that conversation could have went so much further if he could have just stopped and agreed with Bev on just the basics right out of the gate. Like Bev was never able to make the point that even Montreal tried to come in and just define terms basically that sea level is a point and to bring the conversation from there. But I understand what they're saying too. It's wrong. Technically, but if we're having any kind of debate point, then it's important to be technical, So I still consider myself understanding both sides and everything, but I'm gonna go with the side that is right, that doesn't make false claims.
Side. There is.
Well, there was a
side
that day. That day when he was trying to make, to have a conversation with him. There seemed to be sides.
Okay, on which side would you put Flatzoid in today's conversation? Not today's conversation, but on this stream it was today. We went through that.
Flatzoid just keeps saying the same wrong shit over and over. I understand his point, so I don't want to sound any kind of way. I understand his point, but then he just keeps saying
what was his
over
point?
and over.
Brian, don't say you understand his point without saying what you think his point was.
Okay. I think his point was that the orientation flat. Okay, I think that's what he is trying to convey when he debates people arguing for the globe. But he keeps saying, I can't take away that he keeps saying about the measurements and using a baseline and calling it the Earth. Like, why does he keep doing that? It's all he has to do is quit doing that, and he's more on the right side of things, on the accurate side without fallacious arguments, without.
Yes, but
Nathan Oakley and Flatzoid's horizontal baseline is flat Earth. They can't have it not be flat Earth.
Why do they have to keep saying the baseline is Earth itself? Like, for fuck's sake,
come
man.
on. What was Flatzoid's point tonight? It was that there was some sort of an angle generated.
Yes.
That was his point.
Auto level measures some
elevation angle.
Yes, elevation angle or slope
or incline or whatever.
Yeah. This is what he said, and this was his argument for that flat Earth. And when Bev disagreed with him, obviously, he called him a liar.
Well, that's ridiculous. You need a distance. If you had a height, then you'd need a distance. Then you could make a calculation. It's not a angle measurement. So I don't know why he's I don't know.
Yeah, that's why my question stands. On which side you would put, if you hear that conversation, on which side Flatzoid would be?
On the wrong side.
Just dishonest man.
I don't think he's 100% trying to be
while he was
ingenuous, but
completely, blatantly misrepresenting what professionals do for a living at the same time.
True.
He may not be doing it on purpose. He might be. I ain't for sure.
I'm not accusing that he is doing this for purpose, but what he said we can hear. So it is obviously misrepresentation. I can hardly believe that he is doing this from his heart, because really, it is very difficult to assume that he was honest with doing that. Because
either way, he doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on being wrong. So I don't know how you want to take that paper as purposeful or accidental, but I mean, I'm taking it as a blatant misrepresentation of what professionals do.
Yeah.
I joined late, y'all, so I didn't hear him make like over and over claims. So yeah, that's why I'm just listening. I did join this show a little late, but I did hear him say make the claim. That's why I'll say just if he cares about being right, okay. If we do have and we measure elevation from level, then if we measure the distance, we could calculate an angle, okay, if you want to be accurate. But what he's claiming, is from what I heard, is if he wants to be accurate, then that's how he would word it.
Why would you calculate an angle for measuring elevations?
I don't know, but he ain't measuring level. I'm just saying.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to justify something that for no purpose.
No, in case he wants to be right. I think I'm right on that. So just in case, I do hold out some hope that maybe he was just wrong.
They were wrong because if you will hear that this conversation, they on their panel during this conversation they admitted that flat Earth it is just colloquial sense only, and in geometric sense it is obviously not flat. They said that. Tonight.
Everybody knows that. Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
But then they are saying that it is measured flat, and measuring means it is geometric sense.
Right.
So it is not colloquial sense. So it is blatant contradiction at best.
Yeah, it's a contradiction. That's why I'm trying to help point that out in case they do give a shit.
So how can you argue against that? And they are doing for hours with Beth. And they at the end they called him dishonest, etc.
Oh, check out that as well. See that in the chat, that last one. See the picture from Fence Sitter's Worst Nightmare. This is all I need to leave here. You see it?
I wish he would specify.
Can you see it?
So all he needs is people trying to learn shit, and I don't know. I don't see it. Where is it?
Talking to paper in the live chat. Can you see it, paper?
This picture?
Yeah.
All verticals.
Horizontals.
Parallel?
Well, are sort of parallel. And can you see the little men with their auto levels? And the
where?
You see the little men? It's like it's genuine. You know who who sent that? Do you know who that is? Fence Sitter's
Worst Nightmare.
Yeah.
I have no idea who he is.
Have a guess.
Rumpus.
It's Flatzoid. Flatzoid left us that this morning. That's all I need to leave here. That's it. That's all he needs to leave is that picture there with some terrible spelling, horizontals.
Whoever it is can say what they want, but I guarantee you, while they were here, they learned a lot. I guarantee you, Globers, Flat Earthers, anybody who's watched this show has learned a lot from this show. Anybody who denies that's full of shit.
After doing all of that stuff, he comes in here this morning and thinks he can just drop that. Boom, mic drop. There you go. That's all he needs to leave here. That's flat Earth. That is 2024. Flat Earth. Boom. Mic drop. Some really shit spelling. And some pictures of guys with little fucking auto levels. It looks like, you know, like when you were a little kid and you used to do little guns. You used to have a tank with pew pew. It does. It looks like one of those. I don't want to mock, like, but I mean, that's fucking childish.
Yes, but still on this picture, if it is looking like elevation profile, for example, this Earth or whatever it is not flat, obviously. So what's the point? What's the point?
Who was it that is a circle? Who said that, man?
Flatzoid. That's what you've got leading the way, right? A guy that's sort of telling you how surveying works, telling you you're dishonest. He's dropping that here in the morning. That's all I need to leave here. I mean, come and have a conversation, man. Staying up all night drawing pictures for us. I mean, we said that there's a chance that, you know, this is the early stages of a nutsacking. That's what happens. You start drawing pictures. You know, obviously spellings, you know. It doesn't ever look good on a, you know, a mic drop sort of thing. Like if you're trying to, boom, that's all I need to leave here. And if there's some really bad spelling mistakes, then it doesn't quite have the impact, I think. I mean, horizontals...
Bev, do you accept Brian's Logic's claim, like flat being a orientation, a description, like a orientation?
I call it misnomer, not description. Misnomer is misnomer.
No. I mean, for him personally, when he's describing the Earth, to describe flat, when he says flat, what he means is an orientation. Is that a fair way to describe it? Because I mean, I thought that was
yeah, but flat's not an orientation.
And this is not what Brian's logic says. He says that this is the best description of reality or topography even. But I would say that it is the worst description because the surface of the Earth is not flat. So it does not describe anything. Because
how would you describe
it? If you see, for example, picture or painting,
don't forget with Brian, he separates the surveying on the land with the celestial navigation for Nathan Oakley. Right? They're two completely different things. And you have to separate the two of them. Otherwise, this little trick doesn't work. People end up getting triggered.
I hear you on that.
But this is not description. Because you describe.
Yeah, but it's the generalization that seems to be the where the gist of the argument stands. Like, yeah, trying to combine shit and act like, well, everybody, you know, yeah, that is an important distinction to make if we're being accurate. But how would you describe it, Paper? How would you describe if you had to describe Earth in a?
I can't describe what I see.
That a capital E or a small E?
No, that's why this is my answer. I cannot see entire Earth, so I cannot describe it. I can't describe only what I see. When I see a picture or painting, for example, I can describe what I see in this picture or painting, and that would be my description. I am referring to what I see.
If
to
you're
my
up in an airplane,
senses.
how would you describe what you see?
But if Brian's logic is referring to celestial navigation, he's not seeing referring to visual Earth. He's just referring to model already, or to horizontal plane or whatever. This is not description of reality. This is description of model.
Paper, let me, and I'm not trying to get you. I'm trying to see if there's a word like I could fall back on kind of for generalizations. Like if you were up in an airplane and you try to describe the
his globe.
Yes, if you are on a plane and you are high enough and you are not above the clouds, because then you cannot see anything, you can say that everything that you, if you are looking down, looks flat, because this is just a perspective.
And we could call that a Tiz globe. I like it.
Whatever, but it doesn't change anything. Doesn't change anything, because we are normal people living on the earth, or on the surface. We are living on the surface of the earth, and we look from that perspective. So we describe things from that perspective. So why we would name it flat?
Fair enough. It was funny listening when Bev described it. He said it's his globe. Who was it? Like Peter saying, no, it ain't his globe. Like that was funny when you were saying it. When they asked you, Bev, that question, you said tis globe, and they wouldn't have it. The Glober wouldn't have it. It was hilarious, man.
Globe defined. We've made it more inclusive. Here at On the Level, we have defined the globe. Since there is no geometric shape that is the perfect descriptor of the whole of reality, we here at On the Level define the whole of reality to have a non-geometric shape called a globe. Therefore, you can feel safe in the knowledge that pointing to anything within nature at a distance from you can result in the statement, "'Tis globe."
I want to get a T-shirt with a definition of a globe is like a realm where level is horizontal or something. But that's hilarious, man. But I want to bring up before I forget. Like that's interesting. Paper said he was listening to and he the On the Level this channel, and he heard him talking about it. Like what you heard was logic, and that's what made you stick around. And you kind of, I mean that's pretty strong. Like any other people, or if not one other or five others who might have the same story. Like they heard the On the Level crew and Bev talking about logic and just trying to make perfect sense of everything and to define terms and be accurate to apply logic. That's a cool story, man. Seriously, like not meaning sarcastically. You said if you had heard him talking about flat Earth or debating globe, you might have just moved right on past it. But you heard the logic, it caught your interest, and you kind of went from there. That's an interesting story, bro.
Yeah, there's loads of people. Brian, don't assume that anybody in here on this server is a flat earther. There's loads of people that are around here. They don't know who Nathan Oakley is. They're not flat earthers. Their interests here are not flat earth. Just flat earthers and globe earthers are obsessed with us. We're not obsessed with them at all.
Guilty as charged.
Yeah, I might have to admit guilt.
I love it here, Bev, by the way.
Well, yeah.
If I could go back in time, though, I would not be saying what I'm saying now. I mean, I have the same beliefs and everything, but like all the labeling and all that shit, it is a way better argument. Like if I could go back in time, I would change my stance that I've kind of got pinned into by people. I've kind of got forced into a freaking box that I don't really like either, being honest.
But there's no argument. That's the problem. You can't make arguments for a part of a false dichotomy. You can only make arguments from reality. And you can't assign those arguments from reality to either of these false dichotomies because they're not real.
This is what I don't like, though, and this is what I do like. I like when you go on debates and they sit here and talk about flat Earth, and you tell them flat out, you don't make that claim. It's not measured flat. But then we got our own damn team who could just do like Rob me does, like hear what you're saying and take the truth up from it. We got like people that were supposed to be from our own community, like bashing you for stating truths and logic and facts, like angles and all that. It kills me why they put so much emphasis on you and not just you, but the whole community.
Flat Earth society. Always has been. It's never changed. We're still doing the same thing. You may not see it because you're part of it. An unwitting part of it. But you're still a part of it.
Yes, the point is that if you are going with logic, you learn logic, formal logic. You don't need to ask Flatzoid or Nathan Oakley or of anything, because you can figure it out for yourself. That's you can think for yourself.
Sure.
You don't need to ask anyone.
I have in the past, like, heard people come in the past and get all mad with you and try and force you into a box, Bev. And like I said, that's why I've tried to make it clear that that's not what I'm trying to do. If anything, I'm trying to get myself out of that box, and I just saying, like, it's crazy how they put so much emphasis on that. It seems like their thinking is backwards, man. But yeah, if I'm part of anything like that, then it's not it's not on purpose. I'm trying to see things clearly and come up with my own conclusions, proofs, and logic. I'm still working on it, but I ain't part of no society or nothing. I feel like I try to be part of communities, things like that. I try to hear things for what they are and call it how I see it. That's all I can do, man.
Yeah, well, what we've noticed is that in this false dichotomy, they don't want somebody else. We're not needed. And that's fine by me. But like I say, where we're going, I don't think you can go. Because obviously the flat Earth has separated itself. There's two sides, right?
Thanks, for a great day.
There's the blue marble scientists and there's got the flat Earth. We've got both of those. Now they're both having a go at us, me. That's should tell you everything you need to know. These guys that have been at war forever are coming together because they have a common enemy. That's me. Or that's this argument, this reality position. And I'm fine with that. Nathan Oakley said we've carved ourselves our own niche here, not flat. So you can't be flat and not flat. That's contradictory.
No, Bev. Like, where would I fit in? Because I don't mind being labeled, like, as long as they understand my argument. That's where I feel. As long as they understand my argument, the Globers I'm speaking of, and you want to label me, then fine. I'm not gonna say, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm basically trying to say I don't mind being boxed in with a group of people with similar thinking, as long as they understand my thinking, and don't misinterpret or misrepresent what my claim is. And I think, where do I fit in? I mean, is that fair to say that's exactly where I fit in?
I don't know. Like, one of the arguments states it's not flat.
But I could still argue against a globe, though, as long as You know, that's my.
Can. Of course you can.
So here'd be another false dichotomy. You know, go ahead, Paper. Sorry.
No. Disproving globe is not a false dichotomy. It is just disproving globe. But some people are trying to convince other people that if you disprove globe, then you proved flat Earth. And that is false dichotomy. This is false dichotomy.
You do to the punch. Because I was going to say earlier, I said if level's horizontal or globe. So another false dichotomy would be if level is not curving at whatever rate, then the Earth is flat. That's another false dichotomy. And but I would stand with that. Like I would call myself a globe skeptic. Then maybe that would be a safe.
Brian, what you said is not false dichotomy. What you said that if you are saying that level is horizontal and is, as you say, flat, it means that it is flat Earth. It is non sequitur. This is not false dichotomy. False dichotomy is when you are trying by disproving one thing, you say that you are proving other, and this is false dichotomy because you are not. But globers and flat earthers are doing the same thing against themselves because they are saying that, oh, if you say so, then you are flat earther or globe earther or whatever. And it is not, because it is not true because, as I said, by disproving globe, you are not proving flat earth. Because you have to have a true dichotomy. So you have to be in right and correct category. If you are
give me a good dichotomy on the subject, Paper. And you know, you don't have to spit it right out if you want to think for a second, or maybe you've already thought of it. But what would be a fair dichotomy on this topic itself?
For example, you cannot have a level being straight line on spherical Earth in a heliocentric model. It is impossible. So you can argue with that. So that would be argument for you or for globers. Globers should the burden of globers would be that they should prove that level is curving, and you don't need to prove that level is straight because it is in real life. So
right.
Yeah,
there
but
you go.
levels,
That's what I was going to say.
curving,
Sorry, Brian. I'm going to touch on what Paper is saying and then add what Bev said earlier. Here's a good dichotomy: reality versus fantasy. Stick to reality.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So it would prove that this model, heliocentric model, is not real, and that's it. Why to prove anything else?
No, that's good. That's good. He's right. That's
prove because disproving one thing in true dichotomy, you can prove other things. Yes, but in that case, disproving globe does not mean that you are proving flat Earth.
It is tough to make a true dichotomy, though, man. Like almost any dichotomy would be false. Like,
sorry, Brian, you need to have positive proof for flat Earth, and this is what Nathan Oakley is trying to say, that now after 10 years of whatever, now we have positive proof of flat Earth, and this positive proof, it's correct. To prove your model, you need positive proof, and the positive proof of flat Earth for Nathan Oakley is that Earth is measured flat. This is his positive proof.
if angle, then flat Earth.
Not yet, but you can mark this proof as positive proof also, but it is weak. So sextant proof is weak positive proof. But this is supposedly the strongest proof.
He presents it well, though, man. I'll give him that. He does present it and makes it. It's hard to argue against.
But the problem is that his hard proof for flat Earth is bunk, because it is false statement. It is not proof because it is just a statement. Earth is measured flat. It is statement of fact. So somebody measured Earth flat. This is statement. Let's say historical fact. So he should show measurements of flat Earth. Procedure, documents, or whatever. Surveyors measuring flat Earth or whatever. He cannot do that. And by the way, it is impossible because Bev produced proof that Earth is not flat, is measured not flat. So if we have here already proof that Earth is measured not flat, that would be true dichotomy. So Earth cannot be measured flat.
Curved is not flat. Make it a sphere.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
But you could say Earth is curved everywhere. Basically, it curves everywhere, except for like maybe the salt flats or calm canals or something. That doesn't make it a sphere. So the dichotomy part is tricky, man.
No. I am not talking about sphere. I am not talking about model. I am talking about.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, paper. I'm just adding in.
The Earth is not 2D, so it is not a plane, and it is not a sphere because you cannot prove that it's a sphere.
It's not measured flat, point blank. It's a sphere either.
Of course, yes. So it isn't just, but about measuring flat Earth, it is just false statement. It is not proof. So if Nathan Oakley is saying that it is a proof, he's just how to say that? It's just a false statement.
Flatzoid done it again, hasn't he? Like Flatzoid did the one about the science. He could use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat, and in this one tonight, he said that he has proof that level is horizontal, and that proves that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, so this is non sequitur. It doesn't follow. But the very statement that Earth is measured flat is not a proof, even if it was true. It is just statement.
Yeah, you have to be able to link the two together in some sort of coherent way, right? That you can use your brain to associate these things together in order to come up with a proof. And there isn't way to do it. You can't do that. It's only imagined. And the only people that can imagine something like that is somebody that doesn't actually have a proof. They have no way to understand how a proof is gained in the first place.
Too bad. I'll say this, like just claiming that level is horizontal pisses off Globers enough to where, I don't have to make false statements saying the Earth is measured flat because it obviously isn't. And if I'm trying to argue against Globers, I don't even need to make that claim, and because A, it's a false claim. B, if you're trying to argue against a Glober, it's unnecessary. I feel where you're coming from. And I'll say paper is hard to argue against at all, ever. He's very, very calculated. And so I try to, like you're very calculated too. And so I try to always hear y'all's points of view on every topic. And if people want to get pedantic, if they want to or not be specific, what I'm trying to say is I hear y'all's arguments for what they are, and they hold the most weight because y'all are usually almost, if not always, right on point with what you claim. You're very careful about your claims, very calculated, and very specific. I don't knock that, man.
It's not calculated. It is just I am trying to avoid mistakes. And generally, the people who want to produce argument, their first goal should be to avoid any mistakes.
Yeah, I meant that as a compliment, man, to be honest.
Because if you made one mistake, then your argument is just going to trash can immediately. So it has to be without any error. And it is sometimes it is difficult to produce argument without any error. For example, you can make an error in argument if you are assuming something that it is not yet proven. So then you are begging the question. So the form of argument would be correct, but that would be still begging the question. If your premise is not proven. So your argument would be beautiful, but still fallacious.
So if we're talking logic, and if we're talking real world, if I'm talking geometrically, let's say that geometrically, and I say that you can't do shit with just an angle, that stands true. Period. Okay. If I'm making geometric claims, that's why I said what Brian said wasn't that bad to me. But I heard a couple points. But like if we're arguing geometrically, yeah, if we're measuring the Earth, we're measuring elevation changes. So therefore, it's not freaking flat. And like I said, with the angle, so for anybody to try and argue against just facts, it's like maybe make a point about it. Why do they go on and on and on about trying to argue against basic facts? I mean, it is getting ridiculous, man. They should have just let it go. Even if they don't want to admit they were wrong, they were fucking wrong, period. Geometrically speaking, factually speaking, and just let it go. They won't drop it, and it just baffles me. It almost makes me pick a side, dude. And I'm not really trying to, man, but it forces me to a side, man.
Yes, but Beth is right because he says that these statements make flat earthers they look stupid.
Yeah,
so if
but
someone is listening, for example, to Nathan Oakley, he's watching his from let's say third side. So he could conclude that these flat earthers are stupid if they are listening to such stupid statements as Nathan Oakley is making, for example.
It could have been avoided, though, Paper. Like I heard Bev try to get out the simple fact that he was trying to say in that stream that with just an angle, and he was never able to, and then he got sidetracked a couple times with questions he was forced to answer. He was just trying to say with just an angle, we can't derive nothing. And he was never able in 1 hour able to get out one point. And that just opened my eyes. Like, what the F is going on? He can't even make his point clear.
Yes, it was. It was just a statement of fact, geometrical fact, which was, it turned out that it was intellectual provocation for Nathan Oakley, and he couldn't deal with that, sadly, because it is true statement. But in fact, it means that Nathan Oakley needs a single angle to do with this angle something. So it means that he needs, but for me, it is, I'm suspicious because who is that guy who needs a false statement to prove something? It is weird. Because if I want to prove anything, I need true premises. And if Nathan Oakley is stuck to this angle as his starting point, he should know that he cannot go anywhere with that, but he is still going somewhere. So he is perpetuating a false narrative. I don't understand why reasonable people can't do that. It's beyond me. You cannot do anything with a false statement. And he is trying to do something. And now we have another false statement that Earth is measured flat. And Nathan Oakley is trying to do something with that. And Flatzoid also. I don't understand. Because, of course, they are already at the dead end. They cannot proceed. You cannot proceed with that. But they are trying. And they are trying to convince other people that you can proceed. It is impossible. In logic, it is impossible. If you have false statement and it is your premise, you cannot go anywhere.
Yeah, I appreciate that thorough answer, man. I'm just guys, I appreciate y'all having me, man. It is always a pleasure. And there is a part of me, y'all could tell, that I'm trying to always try and see different people's points and trying to squash some of the BS. But I mean, some of these things are they just can't go away until we come up with rational answers, and it does
Pivotal time, right? Nathan Oakley said that this is our time, right? This is the time.
It does force you to take a side, though, and if you're being honest, you got to take the side of honesty, and then that does put me in a precarious position where I'm not going to be wrong and yell wrong shit out to the rooftops, man. So that's why I'm just trying to put my voice out there, man. So I do appreciate it.
This is the opposition that Nathan Oakley's been looking for. He said it the other day. He said it on this stream. This is the opposition. So if you've got opposition for Nathan Oakley, now's the time. He'll welcome it. Go over there. Tell him.
I always hold out hope that maybe he'll understand the point being made and the accuracy of it. And change his argument, maybe, but maybe
he wants to prove himself as a flat Earth leader. Like, he's going around telling people who's doing the right thing and who's doing the wrong thing and how he can help people become better arguments and how they can learn the globe better and all of that sort of stuff. He wants to be a leader. Give him the chance to be a leader. Let him know what the problems are.
Okay, guys, I am off to bed.
All right, thank you, Paper.
Thank you very much.
Good night, Paper. I'm off too, Bev, man. Thanks again, brother.
Okie dokie. It's been a late one again, hasn't it? Look at the time. Wow. 5 hours 50. We should be doing this. Going into the after show. There's no point. Has been an interesting night. We didn't quite get to finish Flatzoid, so we may as well go over this sort of stuff again tomorrow. I think this is going to be a very hot topic through over the coming... Like Nathan Oakley said, we're going to fade away. Well, we're going to continue doing what we do, but maybe we get pushed out of that arena. Well, I mean, I don't even know what that arena is anymore. It's madness. I'm rather glad to be given the chance to move away from the flat Earth, to be honest. But I don't know whether we're going to get a chance to do that. No, yes, Paige, Blue never did come back. I think they are trying to set up a debate. Paige and Blue Marble Science. It's been going on for a long time. They've been trying to sort out a time. And they've never quite got the time right, but they are in talks. Paige and Blue Marble, and whether it's going to be on Jeranism, debatism, or anything like that, or we might just have it here on the level. You'll hear about it here soon, I think. Hopefully, anyone got any? Requests for a Buster tune. We heard a new one today. New Buster tune. If you come into Discord, hang about round the Discord, you might get to hear the live recording sessions of more than one artist. We're getting quite a few of them around here. It's becoming quite a good. I might even be able to stop doing what we do here and go into production for the music, the artists that we have. It's a talented group of people. You should come in. on the level Discord. That's where it's all at. Let me get... I'm going to have to do the advanced simplicity. This is what it's all about. There's an argument Emma has done. And this is what it's all about. This is the argument. The one that it's got nothing to do with the shape of the earth, this is just an argument from reality. Please enjoy. We'll see you tomorrow. Definitely be back tomorrow. See ya.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long stretch of water. This water is straight and level and does not flow.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find the truth from things of old.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long straight stretch of water. At each end of this straight stretch of water is a bridge. Point A, so you've got 2 bridges. Point B. This water is straight and level and does not flow. At each end of this water is a bridge. Point A, point B. At each bridge there is a plumb bob hanging down to the water.
We are on the road.
Even altitude.
Suspending judgment until the truth is known. You will find peace within.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
Now, on these vertical strings, can you imagine an even altitude? A point at an equal height above the surface of the water below.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
An even altitude.
You'll find the truth from things of old.
And on these vertical strings, can you imagine 2 points? So let me give you a hypothetical. Can you imagine point A and even altitude at these points and point B? And on these vertical strings, we can establish a perpendicular and even altitude and call one point A and the other point B. 2 points. Point A, point B, even altitude.
We are on the road.
2 points.
Suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Point A.
You will find peace within.
Point B.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
The point at an equal height above the surface of the water below. Point A, point B. Point A, even altitude. Point B.
There's no end game in mind.
Is the shortest distance between those 2 points?
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
We know the shortest distance.
And there's no end game in mind.
Between 2 points is a straight line.
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
Now, here's the question I'm asking myself. How can the distance between these 2 points be anything other than horizontal? Horizontal.
Everyone must see it for
horizontal.
themselves. The truth
2
is
points.
there for you to find.
And then ask yourself, and the water.